சார் ரெடி சார், ரெடி. எல்லாமே ரெடி ஆயிடுச்சு. இப்ப யார்?
அவரு எம்சிஏ அப்தாகிர் சார், இங்க ராமராஜ் சார் எம்பிஏக்கு.
ஓகே,
ஆரம்பிச்சிருவா.
ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம் சார்.
ஓகே சார்,
ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறீங்க.
ஓகே.
ஆரோக்கியராஜ் சார், நான் கொஞ்சம் எங்க நகர் மீட்டிங் வெளியில போயிட்டு வந்துடுறேன், ஏதாவது ஃபோன் பண்ணுங்க.
சரி 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 சரி. இவர் அபுதாகிர் கரெக்டா?
என்ன சார்?
அபுதாகிர் வந்துருவாரா?
வந்துட்டாரு, ஈஸ் ஆன் டிஸ்பிளேல இருக்காரு.
ஓகே, அப்ப ஓகே ஓகே.
ஏதாவதுன்னா அர்ஜென்ட்டா ஃபோன் பண்ணி, இங்க தான் அந்த முல்லை நகர் போர்டு கிட்ட தான் ஒரு மீட்டிங் இருக்கு, ரோடு சம்பந்தமா.
சரி சரி சரி.
இருக்கேன், கால் பண்ணுங்க, வந்துடுறேன். ஓகே
ஓகே ஓகே சார். ராமராஜ் சார், நீங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
ஓகே சார், ஓகே. So very good morning friends. In the previous class we understood about the basic concept of the matrix, which means we understood what is matrix, then the type of matrix, right? So in the type of matrix we learned about row matrix, column matrix, then diagonal matrix, scalar matrix, and etc. Right? So today we are going to learn about matrix operations, right? So there are 4 operations. One is addition of matrices, where we can add 2 matrices or 3 matrices. Okay, and the second operation is subtraction of matrices. We can subtract the matrices as we doing the addition for 2 matrices. And third one is multiplication of matrices. So we can multiply the matrices. And the fourth one is the inverse of a square matrix. The fourth one is the inverse of the square matrix. Right. See, for inverse of a square matrix, and before solving the problem on inverse of a square matrix, we should learn about determinant of the matrix. Okay. Right. So we go one by one, and we first try to understand the concept, how we can add 2 matrices or 3 matrices. Then how we can multiply the 2 matrices or 3 matrices. What are the conditions we have to remember to either add, subtract, or multiply the matrices. Then we learn about determinant of matrices. Then we can learn how we can find out the inverse of a square matrix. Okay, right. So first we focus on addition of 2 matrices. It's very simple, friends. Okay, so matrix means right? So numbers which are arranged in rows and columns, or arrangement of numbers, array of numbers in rows and columns is called the matrix, right? So for example, we take a matrix A. So always the matrix is denoted by the capital letter. So please keep it in mind that. So A is equal to Aij. Okay, so A is equal to Aij. The matrix name is A. This small a represents the elements. I indicate row and J indicate the column. So Aij, M cross N. M cross N indicate the number of rows and number of columns. Okay, so number of rows, number of columns help us to determine the order of the matrix. For example, if M is 2 and N is 2, right? Order of the matrix is 2 by 2. Likewise, and we take a matrix B, right? So B matrix containing the B elements, okay, and I rows and J column and M cross N matrix, which means M rows and N column. So we can add the matrix like A plus B is equal to Aij M cross N plus Bij M cross N. So we can add these 2 matrices, and look at this. Here number of rows, here number of rows are M. In second matrix, number of rows are M. Number of columns are N, and number of columns are N. So very important thing is, right? So when we either add or subtract the matrix, we have to ensure the order of the matrix. So if the order of the matrix are same, for example, for matrix A, the order of matrix A is 2 by 2. The order of matrix B also should be 2 by 2. Then only we can either add or subtract the matrices. If the order of matrices are not equal, we never either add or subtract the matrix. That is the rule you should know before adding 2 matrices or subtracting the 2 matrices. Actually, we can add more than 2 matrices also. It is not necessary we can add only 2 matrices, but we can add 2 matrices and 4 matrices. But Usually we will take only the P matrix for addition and subtraction of the matrices. Okay, right. So now we see some example where we can learn how the matrix can be added. We take A is equal to 4, 6, 9, 3, 5, 10, and matrix B is equal to 5, 0, 1, 4, minus 7, and minus 3. Okay, so we have to find out A plus B and B plus A, right? So from this matrix, we are going to find out A plus B and B plus A. Okay, so what is the purpose of adding B plus A? So we are going to learn one property. Okay, because in matrix, right? So in set theory, you would have learned about the commutative property, right? Then associative property, right? In 9th and 10th standard. Okay, we are going to learn some properties with the help of the matrices. Okay, right? So now we have to add A plus B, right? What we do before adding these two matrices, we have to check the order of matrix. So what is the order of matrix of A? A contains 2 rows and 3 columns. So 2 by 3. Look at the matrix B. It also contains 2 rows and 3 columns. So order of matrix are same. Here the order of matrix A and B is 2 by 3. So we can add the matrix. I think now if you want to skip this step, okay, you can skip it. For your understanding, I'm writing this step. So A plus B is equal to, you can write like this: 4 plus 6 plus 9, 3, 5, 10, right? Plus 5, 0, 1, 4, minus 7, minus 3. Okay. So I think if you want to add directly, you are very strong in adding the numbers. Okay. It is not necessary to go use these steps. Okay, right? So what we do? So we have to, right, consider the first element of the first matrix, which means 4. Likewise, we consider the first element of the second matrix, 5. So 4 plus 5 is equal to 9. Right. Then 6 plus 0 is equal to 6. 9 plus 1 is equal to 10. So 3 plus 4 is equal to 7. 5 minus 7. Look at this. Here the plus symbol is plus. Okay, so we are adding the two matrices. But in the second matrix, right? I think in the second row, second column, the element is minus 7. So plus into minus becomes minus 7. So 5 minus 7 is minus 2. Right. Then 10 minus 3 is 7. Okay, right? So therefore, A plus B is equal to 9 plus 9, 6, 10, 7 minus 2, 7. Okay. So now, likewise, we have to find B plus A. So what we do, look at this B matrix. B plus 5 plus 4, 9. So 0 plus 6, 6. 1 plus 9, 10. Likewise, 4 plus 3, 7. Minus 7 plus 5 is minus 2. Minus 3 plus 10 is equal to plus 7. So almost B plus A is also equal to the same one. Which means we can say that A plus B is equal to B plus A. A plus B is equal to B plus A. So we can say this is about the commutative property. So if we are able to prove that, which means A plus B is equal to B plus A, we can say there is the commutative property. Okay, so in the exam you may have questions. Okay, right? Kindly verify the commutative property of the matrix. So you should know what is the commutative property. If A plus B is equal to B plus A, it's a commutative property. But very important thing is A minus B is not equal to B minus B. Friends, please remember that. So addition of two matrices satisfy the commutative property. But subtraction of two matrices not satisfy the commutative property. So please keep it in mind that. So A plus B is equal to B plus A, but A minus B is not equal to B minus A. Okay, this is about the addition of the matrices. Okay, right. So now we try to do more problems where we can get some clear idea about addition and subtraction of the matrices. Okay. Right. So now we take this matrix. A is equal to 4 minus 1, 0, minus 3, 5, 6, sorry, minus 6, 2, minus 7, 8. This is matrix A. Okay. So then we take matrix B. Okay. Minus 1, 0, 1, 5, minus 2, 2, 3, 4, 3. So we have to find out A plus B and the A minus B. Friends, please understand. So we are going to find both, which means we are going to add the matrix as well as subtract the matrix. So before adding and subtracting the matrix, we have to check the order. Okay. So order of matrix A is 3 by 3, but order of matrix B is also 3 by 3. So we can add and subtract. Okay, right? The condition is satisfied. So we can add and subtract the matrix. So this matrix is also called a square matrix because the number of rows is equal to number of columns. Okay. So if the number of rows and number of columns are equal, the matrix is said to be a square matrix. Okay. So if the matrix is square matrix, the corresponding elements are also equal. So we can equate the elements. For example, here it is x plus y, x, y, z, a, b, c, and g, h, I. So we can equate the corresponding the elements. Okay, right. So now we try to add the matrix, right? So I am adding the elements directly, right? So 4 minus 1, 3, minus 1 plus 0, minus 1, 0 plus 1, 0, then minus 3 minus 5 plus 2, 5 minus 2 plus 3, minus 6 plus 2 is minus 4, right? 2 plus 3, 5, minus 7 plus 4, minus 3, right? Then 8 plus 3 is 11, okay, right? So in the previous problem, what I did, okay, so I have written the matrix separately, okay, but here I did not write the matrix separately, okay, directly I have added the elements of the given matrix, okay, right? So which means if you take a matrix A, the first element of the matrix A must be added or should be added with the first element of the matrix B. Okay, likewise the second element, which means first row, second column. Here also we take the same element, first row, second column, and first row, third column. So first row, third column of the second matrix. Okay, right? So the corresponding values, which means the corresponding elements must be added. Okay, right? So now we try to understand how we can subtract the matrices. Okay, so we can take the same matrix, right? So A minus B. So listen carefully, right? Because we are going to change the symbol, right? So 4 minus, right? We are subtracting it. So minus, already we have a minus. So this minus becomes a plus because minus into minus plus. So 4 plus 1. Friends, please listen. So when you add a matrix, okay, you take the symbol as it is. Okay, for example, the number may be a positive number, number may be a negative number, which means the elements could be a positive element or a negative element. Okay. So if the element do not have any symbol, okay, we can say it is a positive element. If the element is having the minus symbol, okay, we can say it's a negative number. Okay, right? So when you add a matrix, so keep the element as it is, right? But when you subtract the matrix, okay, so you have to interchange the right symbol of the elements. Okay, if it is plus, you take it as minus. If it is minus, you take it as plus. Okay, right? So 4. Here already we are having minus 1. So minus into minus becomes the plus. So 4 plus 1. Then minus 1 minus 0. 0 minus 1. So I have finished the first row. Okay, right? So if you take the first row, try to complete the entire row. Right. So then look at the second one. Minus 3. Okay, minus 5. Yeah, here we are having the plus 5. So plus into minus, minus. So 5 and minus 2 become plus 2 because we are subtracting it. So minus into minus, plus. Okay, plus 2. So minus 6, minus 2. Then 2 plus 3, right? Then minus 7, minus 4. It is very important. And 8 minus 3. Okay, right. So if you add it, okay, you will get the answer. Right, 4 plus 1, 5, minus 1, 0, minus 1, minus 1, minus 3, minus 5, minus 8, 5 plus 2, 7, minus 8, 2 plus 3, 5, minus 11, and 5. This is about A minus B. Okay, right? So, you have to be very careful, right, about the symbol when you are subtracting the matrices. Okay, right? So I think when you practice, right, more problems, you will get the idea, right? This is about the subtractor matrix, right? And next we are going to learn about the multiplication of the matrix. Yeah. The friends, if you want to add a matrix, we should ensure the number of order of the matrix must be same. But here, the order of matrix is not going to be same. Okay, I think if the order of the matrix is same, we can multiply it. We cannot say we cannot multiplication of matrix does not exist when the order of matrices are same. Yeah, so I think we need not bother about the order of the matrices when we multiply any two matrices, because see, when we take the matrix A, it contains A element by having I rows and J columns, and we can say the order of matrix is M by N. Okay, we can say order of the matrix is M by N. Then matrix B, it contains A elements B, I, J, and N cross P. So in the addition of matrices, I have written M cross N because we are saying that order of the matrix should be same. Then only we can add the matrix, either add or subtract the matrix. But here we do not bother about the right order of the matrices. Okay, it could be anything. So order of matrix A is 2 by 3. Order of matrix B may be 3 by 2. Okay, so we can multiply it. So right. So what we do, look at this. I think see column of B, right? Number of column of the first matrix is equal to the number of rows of the second matrix. So please understand, guys. Okay, I think why we are learning this in order to determine the rows of number of rows and number of columns of a multiplication of the matrix or a product of a matrix. Look at this. Matrix A contains M by N rows. Okay, which means N denotes the number of columns, and matrix B contains N cross P order. Okay, so N denotes number of rows. So number of columns of a first matrix is equal to the number of rows of the second matrix. So if it is, okay, the product of two matrices may be, okay, we can say A cross B into M cross P, which means order of the matrix must be M by B. Okay, I think we have to read M by B, not transcendent. I think if you want to use, you can use, but in generally, okay, in mathematical, so people will read as M by B, which means M rows and N columns. Okay, right. So we do one example, right? So listen carefully, because I think multiplication of matrices is not easy as we done for addition and subtraction. Okay, right. So we take the problem now. So after learning the multiplication of matrix, I will be teaching about the different properties of addition and subtraction matrix and matrix multiplication. Okay, right. So now we take the problem. We take the simple problem first. Okay. So we take A is equal to 3 minus 2, 5, 1. B is equal to 4, 1, 2, 7. Okay, right? So we take the two matrices. Two matrices are given. So we are going to multiply the two matrices. Here we need not check the order of the matrix. Okay, right? So A cross B is going to be, okay, here we have to do A cross B. Okay, or A multiply B. Okay, A multiplication of B. Right. So look at this. When you multiply the two matrices, first you take the first row of the first matrix. Okay. So what is the first row of the first matrix? 3 and minus 2. Friends, please listen carefully how I am doing the multiplication for two matrices. So first you consider the first row of the first matrix. Then each and every element of the first matrix, every element of the first matrix of the first row is multiplied with the, okay, the element of the second matrix of the first column. Okay, first matrix, first row, second matrix, first column. Okay, right. So now you take 3. Okay, 3 into 4, 12. Then minus 2 into plus 2, it is minus 4. Okay, what I did, I have taken the first row, which means I have considered all the elements of the first row. Then I go to the second matrix. Okay, I have taken the elements of first column. Okay, in the second matrix, right? So first element with the first element. So 3 into 4, 12, minus 2 into 2, minus 4. Okay, then what I do, then again I have to take the first row, which means second column. See, so when you want the row matrix, first you take the first row of the first matrix. Okay, the elements which is available in the first row is multiplied with the all the elements of the column of the second matrix. Okay, for example, here we are having this only two columns. If this in case this matrix is containing 4 columns and 5 columns and 6 columns, okay, I think the first row elements, the rows of element of the first row is multiplied with all the elements of all the columns of the second matrix. Okay, right. So minus 2 into 1, minus 2, minus 2 into 7, okay, minus 14, right? So we finish with the first row. Okay, we have taken the first row, and those rows are multiplied with the first column and the second column of the second matrix. Okay, so what we do, we move to the second row. Okay, right? What is the second row? 5 into 1. So 5 4s are 30. Okay, so 1 into 2, 2. Why use the plus symbol? Because we have to add. Very simple, right? So because if there is a minus symbol, I have to put minus. Okay, right. So 5 into 1, 5. Then 1 plus 7, 7. So therefore, 12 minus 4 is equal to 8. Minus 2 minus 14 is minus 16. 20 plus 2, 22. 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. This is about the multiplication of the matrix, friends. Okay. So I think you need not bother about the number of rows and number of columns, okay, in a given matrix, right? And you should multiply, right, with all the elements, right? I think we will take another. We will see one more problem. We will practice one more problem for better understanding about multiplication of the matrix. Because without knowing addition and subtraction and multiplication of matrix, we never learn about determinant of matrix or inverse of a matrix and the grammar rule, because the inverse of a matrix and grammar rule are very, very important. As for the matrix, right, you need this matrix units are the constant. Okay, right. So now we take the 3 by 3 matrix. So which will help us to understand more, right? Yeah. So we take this. A is equal to 4 4 6 3 5 4 2 3 3. B is equal to 4 4 6, then 5 5 4 7 3 0. Okay, this is the one matrix B. So what we are going to do? So we are going to multiply the matrices. Okay, right. So A plus B. What we do? We have to look upon the first matrix and first row, first column of the second matrix. Okay, so 4 into 4, 16. Then 4 into 5, 20. 6 7 are 42. Right. So we have finished the multiplication of the first row and the first column. Now we have to move to the first row and the second column. So 4 4s are 16. 4 5s are 20. 6 3s are 18. Then first row, third column. So 4 6 are 24. 4 4s are 16. 6 into 0, 0. Okay, right? So please listen carefully, friends. Okay. Then we have to take the second row. So 3 4s are 12. Then 5 5s are 25. 4 7s are 28. Then second row, second column. 3 4s are 12. 5 5s are 25. 4 3s are 12. Then for second row, third column. 3 16, 3 6 are 18. 5 4s are 20. 4 into 0, 0. Right. So now you take the third row. Then first column, second column, and third column. So 2 4s are 8, 3 5s are 15, 3 7s are 21, then 2 4s are 8, 3 5s are 15, so 3 3s are 9, then 2 6s are 12, 3 4s are 12 plus 0. Okay, then you can add the elements. Okay, right. I think we can checking the order of the product of matrix. Okay, when the number of rows and number of columns are given. If you take the order of matrix is 3 by 3, so order of matrix B is also 3 by 3. So definitely, so number of columns of the first matrix is equal to the number of rows of the second matrix. So definitely the order of matrix is 3 by 3. Okay, as I explained you earlier. So if we add what you get, 20 plus 16, 36, 36 plus 42, 78. Then 20 plus 16, 36, 36 plus 18, 54, plus then 40. So 25 plus 12, 37, 37 plus 28 is 65. 24, 49, 38, 23, 44. Then 15 plus 8, 23, 32, then 24. This is about, okay, A by A cross. This is about the multiplication of the matrices. Okay, right? So very simple, right? What do you do? First, you have to take the first row of the first matrix, right? So that row is multiplied with all the elements of all the columns of the second matrix, which means the corresponding numbers are to be multiplied. Okay, first element எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா first second matrix இருக்கக்கூடிய first column first element. The first row இருக்கக்கூடிய second element எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா second matrix இருக்கக்கூடிய first column second element. நீங்க அத மட்டும் ensure பண்ணீங்க அப்படினா you can multiply any matrices. You need not bother about the order of the matrices. Okay, right. Okay. So now we try to understand the properties of matrix addition. So first one is matrix is commutative. Okay. So properties, it is very very important. So please note down. Okay. I think addition and subtraction of properties of addition of matrices. Okay. So it satisfies the commutative property, which means A plus B is equal to B plus A. And the second one is associative. Okay, associative, which means addition of matrices satisfies the associative property, which means A plus B plus C is equal to A plus B plus C. Okay, then it is additive identity. This is third property. Okay, so additive identity means A plus 0 is equal to 0 plus A is equal to A. Okay, so A may be anything. So O indicates a null matrix where the matrix contains 0 as an element. All the elements of the matrix are 0.
Sir. Sir, good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Students board clear-ஆ தெரியல அப்படினு சொல்லிட்டு மெசேஜ் போட்டுட்டே இருக்காங்க.
போர்டு கிளியரா இல்லையா மேம்?
ஆமாங்க சார்.
ஓகே மேம். ஓகே.
லெட்டர் கொஞ்சம் கிளியரா தெரியல அப்படினு சொல்லிட்டு ஃபோன் பண்ணிட்டே இருக்காங்க.
சரி மேம். ஓகே.
அது ஏதாவது வேற ஏதாவது விசிபிளா தெரியற மாதிரி ஏதாவது பண்ண முடியுமா?
இல்ல மேம், நான் பிபிடி வச்சிருக்கேன். நான் பிபிடில நான் போறேன். ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் இல்ல.
ஓகே சார்.
ஓகே மேம். ஓகே.
சாரி ஃபார் தி டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸ்.
Okay, friends, few minutes. Just I will be sharing my.
மேடம் இந்த விசிபிளா இருக்கு. அவங்கள ஃபுல் ஸ்கிரீன் வச்சுக்க சொல்லுங்க. சொல்லுங்க மேடம்.
மேம், அவங்க ஒருவேளை மொபைல்ல பார்த்தாங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு விசிபிளா இருக்காது மேடம்.
மொபைல்ல பார்க்கறதுனால உங்களுக்கு தெரியுது.
ஓகே.
ஏன்னா அவங்க ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி இதோட ரெக்கார்டிங் பாத்துக்க சொல்லுங்க அப்புறம்.
ஓகே சார், நான் சொல்லிடுறேன். ஓகே.
ஏன்னா இங்க லேப்டாப் இது சிஸ்டத்துல பார்க்கிறது பெர்ஃபெக்ட்டா இருக்கு.
சரி சார், நான் அப்புறம் சொல்லிடுறேன். போன் அடிச்சிட்டே இருக்காங்க. அதான் சரி, ஏதாவது வாய்ப்பு இருக்கா நான் சொல்லிடுறேன் சார்.
நீங்க லைவ்ல நடத்திட்டு இருக்காரு அவர். நல்லா இருக்குது.
நீங்க சரிங்க சார், கண்டினியூ பண்ணட்டும் சார்.
ஓகே
சார், நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க சார். சாரி.
சார் நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே சார். ஓகே. your friends, sorry for the inconvenient. Okay, right. I think in case if you're watching the live session through your mobile phone, I think sometimes the board is not visible to you, right? I think try to make use of your laptop or the personal computer for having the visibility of the board. Okay, otherwise later you can watch a live session. Okay, so because I done the experiment already, so before starting the class, I think with the help of right some people, I have checked, then I am doing it. Okay, sorry, right. So it's an additive identity, which means A plus 0 and 0 plus A. Okay, so A matrix A contains any element. It could be a 2 by 2 matrix or 3 by 3 matrix or 4 by 4 matrix, whatever it is. Okay, right. So O indicates the null matrix, which means where all the elements of the matrix are the 0. Okay, so matrix for all element வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா 0 போயிட்டு இருக்கும். So A plus 0 is equal to 0 plus A is gives A. Okay, right. And 3 minutes. And last the property of the addition is additive inverse. Okay, additive inverse, which means A plus minus A is equal to minus A plus A is equal to 0. Okay, I think in the formula itself, in the condition itself, you can understand, because A minus A automatically is 0. Okay, right? So A minus A contains some element. So minus A means the element of all the matrices are the minus A, or we have to subtract the matrix. Okay, this is about the properties of addition of the matrices. Friends, please understand, addition of two matrices satisfy the commutative property, which means A plus B is equal to A plus B, B plus A. But the subtraction of matrices does not satisfy the commutative property, because A minus B is not equal to B minus. Okay, right? Then associative property, A plus B plus C is equal to A plus B plus C. Yeah, see, A plus B plus C means we can add 3 matrices. Very simple, friends. Okay, so addition of 3 matrices, okay, is very simple, but we have to follow the same concept for adding the 2 matrices. First, we have to check the order of the matrices of all the 3 matrices. If it is equal, we can add, which means the first row and the first element of the first matrix, and first element of the second matrix, and first element of the third matrix. Likewise, we have to add. Okay, then additive identity, right? So A plus 0 is equal to 0 plus A, or we can say it's O, right? Because null matrix is determined by, or null matrix is denoted by the letter O. Then additive inverse. Okay, these are the properties of addition of matrices. Okay, right? So then we learn about multiplication of the matrices. Okay, right? With the help of all these 2, which means we learn how the matrices are to be added, as well as how the matrices are to be multiplied. Okay, so with the help of this, so we are going to solve the problems like this. Okay, first we take the problem, friends. Yeah, we take this problem. A is equal to 1 minus 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we have to show that A square minus 4A plus 5 into I2 is equal to 0, which means it's an null matrix. Yeah, friends, please understand. Okay, I think matrix A is given. Okay, so I think in case, though as you say, the board is not visible. Okay, so please follow the instruction which I have given. Okay, so if you are able to catch up the instruction and stitch very properly, you can do any kind of the problem. Okay, so I think at the end of the class, probably tomorrow, I will be sending all the materials to you. I think a few students already requested, so they requested me in the last week itself. So probably after completing the today class, so I will be sending the materials to you. Okay, so please go through that. Okay, I think the material which contains all the details. We have given all the details very elaborately, so you can learn yourselves. But you need some interest and you take some effort. Okay, right. So here the matrix A is given. Okay, so it is a 2 by 2 matrix. It could be 3 by 3 matrix also. Right. It's a very important problem. Right. So please go through that. So first, look at the condition what we have to check. A square minus 4a plus 5 into I2. So a square means a into a. Okay, a into a square, which means we have to multiply this matrix. Okay, with the same elements. Minus 4a. It is very, very important, friends. So you sometimes, okay, matrix A is like 1, 2, 3, 4. And if they are asking to check 5a plus 6a, which means 5a plus 6a means the matrix A is multiplied by 5 and matrix A is multiplied by 6. It means if you put 5 in front of the matrix, then you have to multiply 5 into 1, 5, 5 2s are 10, 5 3s are 15, 5 4s are 20. That is about the 5a. Okay, because the additional matrix is just we have added A and B. So we just added the elements as it is, as we found in the problem. Okay, but if it is 5a, they are asking you to check the condition 5a plus 3b or 6a plus 10b. So the condition matrix is multiplied by the condition number. Okay, right. So a first a square, then 4a, then 5i2. The I indicate the unit matrix, friends. Okay, so if you want to solve this problem, you have to know the unit matrix. Unless unit matrix is known to you, solving this problem becomes difficult. So I indicate the unit matrix, and this too indicate the number of order of the matrix, which means I2 means the matrix contains 2 rows and 2 columns. Okay, you didn't bother about why it is given only I2, why it is not I2 by 2. Okay, so I2 means the rows, which means the order of matrix is 2 by 2, and I3 means the order of matrix is 3 by 3. Okay, so please listen carefully how I am solving this problem. Okay, so a square is equal to a into a. Okay, a square is equal to, or a square can be written as a into a. So a is 1 minus 1, 2, 3 into 1 minus 1, 2, 3. Okay, right. So look at this. What we do, we have to multiply. So first row, first column. So 1 into 1, 1. Minus 1 into 2, minus 2. Then 1 into minus 1, minus 1. Minus 1 into 3, minus 3. 2 into 1, 2. 3 into 2, 6. So 2 into minus 1, minus 2. 3 3s are 9. Okay, right. So 1 minus 2 is minus 1, minus 4, 8, and 7. So a square is, okay, so please note down a square value. It is minus 1, minus 4, 8, 7. Okay, I think some it may not be visible to you. Which I have written the right hand side may not be visible to you. You need not bother about that. Just understand how we can find out the a square value. Okay, right. Then so we have to find out 4a. So 4a means the matrix A is multiplied by 4. Okay, so what do you do? 4a is equal to 4 into 1 minus 1, 2, 3. Right. So 4 into 1, 4. 4 into minus 1, minus 4. 4 2s are 8. 4 3s are 12. This is about 4a. Okay, very simple, friends. Okay, 6a means, for example, instead of 4a, okay, if it is 10a, the matrix is multiplied by 10. Very simple. Okay, right. So then 5 into I2. So please note down the value. 4 minus 4, 8, 12. Okay, right. So then look at the next one. The 5 into I2. Right. So please keep it as 5 as it is. Right. So I2 represents the unit matrix. What is the unit matrix? Right. Where the diagonal elements are unity. So friends, so we learn about diagonal matrix, scalar matrix, and unit matrix. So diagonal matrix means where all the elements are 0 except the diagonal elements. Okay, so it could be anything, right? And the diagonal elements may be different, 1, 2, 3, or whatever it is. It is not necessarily diagonal elements are to be same. So if the diagonal elements are same, the matrix is said to be a scalar matrix. Okay. In case if the diagonal elements are unity, the given matrix is a unique matrix. It means all the diagonal elements are 1. And that's why we are saying that unity. Okay, if it is 2, it is going to be a scalar matrix. But if it is lambda, okay, it is going to be a scalar matrix. But if it is 1, so here they are saying that I2, which means 2 rows and 2 columns. So 1, 0, 0, 1. Look at this, friends. This is called diagonal elements. This is called the diagonal elements. So diagonal elements are unity. Okay, right. So in case if we put 2 and 2 here, so diagonal elements are same, but it is not going to be a unique matrix. It is going to be a scalar matrix. Okay, right. So here they are talking about I represents the unique matrix. So 5 into 1, 5, 0, 0, 5. Okay, right. So this is about 5 into I2. Right. So now we got the value of I2 also. 5, 0, 0, 5. So now we have to find out and we have to take the condition. What is the condition we have to verify? A square minus 4a 5i2. A square minus 4a plus 5 into I2. Okay, right. What is A square, friends? A square is minus 1 minus 4, 8, 7 and minus 4a. Okay, we just found 4a. We need not bother about minus. Okay, right. So in case if you multiply with the minus 4 previously at the time of finding 4a, here you have to change the symbol as plus. Okay, right. So 4a, 4 minus 4, 8, 12 and plus 5 into I2, 5, 0, 0, 5. Okay, right. So look at this. If now we have to add minus 1 plus into minus minus, so minus 1 minus 4 plus 5. Okay, right. Then minus 4 minus into minus plus. Okay, right. Plus 4 and 0. Right. Yeah. It's 0. Let's put 0 here. Then 8 minus 8. Okay. Plus 0. Then 7 plus 0. Then 7 minus 12 plus 5. Okay. Right. So look at this. How I am writing. Minus 1 minus 4. Okay. Then plus 0, not 5. Yeah, plus 5. Because here it is 5. Right? Minus 1 minus 4 plus 5. Then minus 4. Minus and minus become plus 4. Then plus 0. Okay. Then 8 plus into minus 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 8. Then plus 0. Right? Then 7 minus 12. Then the plus 5. Okay. Right. So what do you get? Minus 1 minus 4 is minus 5. So minus 5 plus 5 is equal to 0. Right. Then minus 4 plus 4 is equal to 0. 0 plus 0 is equal to 0. Then 8 minus 8 is 0. So 7 minus 12 is minus 5. Minus 5 plus 5 is equal to 0. So therefore, okay, the condition is satisfied. Okay, right? So please learn the addition of matrices and subtraction of the matrices. Okay, right? So if you are very strong in addition and multiplication of matrices, you can do this kind of the problem. Okay, right? Okay. So next we are going to discuss about inverse of a matrix. Okay, right? So inverse of a matrix. So inverse of a matrix can be obtained by using the formula A inverse. Okay, A inverse is equal to 1 divided by determinant of A into adjoint A. Okay. So 1 divided by determinant of A into adjoint A, right? So the formula which is helping is to find out the inverse of a matrix. A inverse is equal to 1 divided by determinant of A into adjoint A. Okay. So determinant of for finding the A inverse, we need a determinant of the matrix A and adjoint of the matrix A. So first we learn what is it, how we can find the determinant of matrix, then adjoint of the matrix. Then we come to learn about inverse of a matrix. Okay, right? So please note down the formula, guys. Right. So now we try to find out adjoint of a matrix. Okay, so we take one problem. Then we try to find out the adjoint of the matrix. Okay. So now we take this problem, guys. A is equal to 2 minus 1, 0, 1, 0, 4. Okay. 1 minus 1, 1. Right. So just I tell you how we can find out the adjoint of a matrix. Okay. So AIG, adjoint of a matrix, adjoint A. This is a matrix A. Okay. It could be 2 by 2 or 3 by 3, whatever it is. We need not bother about the order of the matrix for finding the adjoint. So adjoint A is equal to AIJ whole transpose. Okay, T indicated transpose of a matrix. Okay, which means where we can interchange the rows and the columns. Where we can interchange the rows and the column of a matrix. Okay, right? So adjoint A is equal to AIJ whole transpose. Right. So first we have to find out the AIJ for all the elements. Right. For finding this, so we have to remember the symbols. Okay, which means A is equal to, right, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus. Okay. So look at the symbol, guys. Right. You have to remember the symbols when you find out the AIJ values. Okay. Plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus. Right. So please remember the symbol. Right. So now please listen how we are finding the AIJ value, because then only we can find out the adjoint A. Okay. So first A11 means AIJ indicate the first row, first column. A11 indicate the first row, first column. Right. For finding the A11 value, right? So we have to forget the first row and the first column. A11 கண்டுபிடிக்கும்போது first row-ஐயும் first column-ஐயும் மறந்துட்டு மீதி இருக்கக்கூடிய வேல்யூ என்னன்னு பாருங்க. 0, 4, -1, 1. இந்த வேல்யூ மட்டும் நீங்க எடுத்துக்கணும். சரிங்களா? Right? Just to remove the first column and the first row. So 0 into 1, 1. Here the symbol is going to be minus. So minus. So minus into 4, minus 1 into 4, minus 4. So it is going to be 5. Okay, please remember, friends, how I am doing this. First I am finding, so for finding the adjoint A, we need AIJ values. Okay, so AIJ, I indicate row and J indicate the column. So A11, which means first row and first column. So for finding this value, we have to forget the first row and first column. So we have to consider the remaining element, 0, 4. So 0 into, okay, so 0 into 1, 0, not, sorry. Okay, 0 into 1 is 0, minus, so 4 into minus 1, minus 4. So answer is plus 4. Right. So next, A12. Here you have to be very, very careful, friends, because I am going to apply the minus symbol. Because why? So plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus. Okay, right. So that's why I put minus symbol. So A12 indicate what? First row, second column. So this is the first row and second column. So what are the remaining elements? 1, 4, 1, 1. So therefore minus, okay, 1 into 1, 1, minus 1 into 4, 4. So 1 minus 4 is minus 3, and minus 3 already we have minus, so it becomes plus 3. Okay, right. Then A13, which means A13 means first row, third column. Okay, A13 means first row, third column. So what we do? We have to forget the element of first row and third column. So first row, forget all the elements of the first row and the third column. So what are the remaining elements? Right? 1, 0, 1, minus 1. So 1 into minus 1, minus 1, and minus 1 into 0, 0. Therefore, it is minus 1. Likewise, friends. Okay, so I hope you understand that how I did. Okay. So A11. So when you take the first row and first column, you just remove the first row and first column. Okay. Please consider the remaining values. Likewise, A12. Forget the element of first row and second column. Just have the remaining elements. Okay. A13. Okay. Likewise, we have to find out the aij values. Okay, so if you do this step regularly, okay, right, so you will get the aij values, right? So after getting the aij values, right, so you will be able to find out the inverse of a matrix. Okay, right. So before that, just I tell you how we can find out the determinant of the matrix. Okay, right. So we take a simple problem. Okay, so we take 2 by 2 matrix, then we try to find out the determinant of the matrix. Okay, right. For example, if you take A, right? So it is 2 minus 3, then 1, 2, right? For finding the determinant, okay, right? So what we do? So A is equal to, right? Determinant of a matrix is denoted like this. It means we have to put the two parallel lines. Okay, so in between the parallel line, the matrix A should be written. Okay, but you have to write the matrix A in between the parallel line. So matrix A, determinant of A is denoted by two parallel lines. So we can write like this: 2 minus 3, 1, 2. Just we have to do the cross multiplication. Okay, so 2 into 4 minus 1 into minus 3 minus 3. Therefore, 4 plus 3 is equal to 7. So determinant of, okay, A is 7. Right, this is about the calculation of the determinant of the matrix in case the order of the matrix is 2 by 2. Likewise, we may find the determinant of the matrix for 3 by 3 matrix also. Right, so we try to find out. So 3 by determinant of the matrix if the order of the matrix is 3 by 3. Okay, right? Right, very simple. A is equal to 2 minus 3, 1, 2. So determinant of A is equal to, you have to write like this. Then you have to do the cross multiplication, right? So now we take the 3 by 3 matrix. Then we try to find out how we can obtain the determinant, okay, for the given matrix, right? So we take this matrix. A is equal to 1, 6 minus 1, 2 minus 3, 3. So 3, 3, 2. Right. So here the 3 by 3 matrix is given. Okay, right. So first I have to write like this. How we can write the determinant of the matrix can be written as like this. Okay, right. So now I have to find out the determinant. Okay, what I have to do? The determinant of A is equal to, first I have to take the first element. Okay, it means the first row. So when I take the first element, okay, right? So I just forget I have to remove the first row and the first column. What are the remaining elements, friends? Minus 3, 3, 3, 2. Okay, I think so. When the order of the matrix is 2 by 2, what we did, we just do the cross multiplication. Okay, when the order of the matrix is 3 by 3, so first consider the first row. Okay, I think now I am taking the first row, right? So if you want to solve the, if you want to find the determinant of matrix by taking the second row and by taking the third row, it's up to you. Okay, I think we are not going to get the wrong answer, although we are taking the any, right, rows, right? So first row, the first element is 1. So what is the second element of the first row? It is 6. So what are the symbol, friends? Minus. So in case here it is minus, okay, just I take it as plus 6. Okay, so please remember the symbol, friends. Plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus. According to this, okay, you have to find the determinant of matrix as well as the adjoint of matrix. Okay, I think if you forget to make use of the symbols while you are finding the determinant and adjoint, you will be getting, I think you will be getting the answer, but absolutely wrong answer, right? So plus, minus, plus, so minus 6. So what are the elements we have taken? So we have taken the first row, second column. So we have to forget the first row and second column. So what are the remaining elements, friends? 2, 3, 3, 2. Right. So plus. What is the third element? Minus 1. Okay. Plus is minus 1, minus 1. Right. So what are the elements we have taken? Where we have taken the elements? First row, third column. So we have to forget the first row and the third column. So 2 minus 3, 3, 3. Okay, so now the determinant of, if you look at the determinant, if you look at this part, okay, it contains 2 rows and 2 columns. So we can do the cross multiplication, friends. So 1 into minus 3 into 2 minus 6 minus 3 3s are 9. Okay, minus 6, right? 2 2s are 4 and 3 3s are 9. Okay, plus minus 1, then 2 3s are 6, right? So 3 into minus 3, okay, plus it become the plus 9. Then 1 into minus 15, then minus 6, minus 5, then minus 1, plus 15, okay, then minus 15, plus 30, then minus 15. So ultimately it is going to be a, okay, 0, because 1 into minus 15 minus 15 minus 1 into minus 15 minus 15 is going to be 0. This is about, okay, right? So calculation of the determinant of the given matrix. Okay, I hope that you understand. Minus 1 into minus 15 minus 15. So minus into minus plus 6 5 are 30 and minus 1 into 15 minus 2. Okay, right? So 30 minus 15 minus 15 is equal to plus minus 30. So because minus add பண்ணும்போது minus தான் வரும். சரிங்களா? minus multiply பண்ணும்போது தான் உங்களுக்கு plus வரும். ரைட்டா? அப்ப ஆன்சர் வந்து 0. So determinant of the matrix is going to be the 0. Right? This is about the calculation of the determinant of the matrix. So for finding the inverse of a matrix, okay? For finding the inverse of the matrix, first you learn about calculation of determinant of the matrix and adjoint of a matrix. Okay? So please remember the formula and please remember the steps, right? So which is helping you to calculate the determinant of the matrix. Then remember the formula. After which, okay, you can find the inverse of the matrix for any problem. Okay, or for any matrix. Right? What is the formula? A inverse is equal to 1 divided by determinant of A. We obtain the determinant of A value into adjoint A. Adjoint A, how we have to find out? So we have to find out the A11 value. First, Aij matrix. This means Aij values A11, A12, A13, A21, A22, A23, A31, A32, A33. Okay. Then you have to substitute that. You have to write down the values. For example, I tell you. I think you are very clear about calculating determinant of the matrix. Okay, right. So now we try to understand how we can find the, okay, inverse of the matrix. So what is the formula? A inverse is equal to 1 divided by, so determinant of A into adjoint A. Right? So 1 divided by determinant of A into adjoint A. Okay, right. So determinant of A, right? So adjoint A formula is adjoint A is equal to Aij whole transpose. For example, just we have taken the 3 by 3 matrix. Okay, right. So if what we have to do? A11, A12, A13. Likewise, we have to find out the values. So just imagine that. Okay, so we are having the following values. It means A11 is -1. A12 is 3, A13 is 4, and A21 is 0, A22 is 2, and A23 is 4, and A31. So A31 means third row first column. It's -2 and 5 and 6. Okay, this is about, okay, Aij whole transpose. I think just I have written the Aij values. Okay, I told you how we can obtain the Aij values. Okay, A11 means we have to forget the first row, first column. A12 means first row, second column. A13 means first row, third column. A21 means second row, first column. Okay, and very important thing is you have to put the appropriate symbols: plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus. Okay, right. So now we indicated transpose of a matrix where we can interchange the rows and columns. It means the columns are interchanged as rows and rows are interchanged as columns. Okay, right? So how we can write -1, 3, 4, then 0, 2, 4, then -2, 5, 6. Look at this here. So if you see the Aij values, -1, -1, 3, 4, It's a first row. But when we find a transpose, it becomes the first column. So the transpose of a matrix indicates where we can interchange the rows and the columns. Okay, this is about the adjoint A friends. Okay, this is about adjoint A. So already we obtained the determinant of the matrix, then adjoint matrix. Okay, so with the help of this, you can find out the A inverse. Okay, in case, right, for example, right, so we take this one. Okay, so 1 divided by determinant of A is 1. Okay, so just imagine that, so we have got determinant of A is 1, the adjoint, so or 5. Okay, we have got determinant of A is equal to 5, the adjoint A is like this, 5, okay, minus 10, then 15, 0, 25, minus 5, right, then 0, 10, and minus 5. So if the adjoint A is like this, what we have to do? So we have to multiply this with this matrix, which means 1 by 5. So 1 into 5. So 5 by 5 is 1. Okay, minus 10 5 by 5 is minus 2. 15 divided by 5 is 3. 0 by 5 is 0. 25 by 5 is 5. Minus 5 by 5 is 1. Okay, 0 by 0 is 0. 10 by 5 is 2. Minus 5 divided by 5 is minus 1. That's all, friends. Okay, right? I think if it is 1, you need not bother about this because 1 by 1 into 5, 5. Okay, right? So look at the determinant value. Okay, right? So that value is divided by the each and every elements. Okay, I think if you are able to simplify this, you can simplify. For example, here the 5. Okay, so all are multiplication of 5 or multiples of 5. So we can easily simplify it. So if it is 17, okay, we cannot simplify this. So we can write 1 by 17 into 5 minus 10, 15. And if you want to write 5 by 17 minus 10 by 17, 15 by 17, you can write this. But okay, most probably you can stop here this. Okay, this is about the calculation of the inverse of a matrix. Okay, right. So we are moving to the final part of the matrix, which means so we are going to find out the if we are going to solve the equation, okay, according to the grammar rule. Okay, so we are going to take any two equations, okay, like x plus y and 2x plus y. So we are going to take any two equations, and so we are going to solve the equation, okay, by grammar rules. I think the grammar, right, introduce the matrix to solve the equations. Okay, for example, we take this equation. So 2x plus 3y is equal to 5. Then 3x minus 2y is equal to 1. So this is the equation, friends. So please listen carefully. This is also very important. Okay, I think now I am going to, we are going to solve only the quadratic equation. Okay, so sometimes, okay, the equation may be the different, right? So here the equation is a given. So we are going to solve this equation according to the grammar rule. Okay, so what we have to do? Okay, so first we have to write the equation in matrix form. Okay, right. I think the first we have to write the A. Okay, first what we have to do? We have to write the A value. So A's are for finding the matrix A, for determining the matrix A, you have to write the coefficient of x and y. So what is the coefficient of x? 2. And what is the coefficient of y? 3. And what is the coefficient of x? 3. And what is the coefficient of y? Minus 2. Okay, so A is equal to 2, 3, 3 minus 2. Okay, then capital X is equal to, right, x, y. Capital X is equal to x, y. Because we have a x and y value. And the constant b is equal to find 1. So first we have to write the equation like this, friends. Okay, so we are going to solve the, I think in algebra, so we can solve this equation by any method. Okay, like I think we have a simplest method for elimination method. So where we can either cancel either x or y, then we can find out the value. But we are going to solve the equation in a matrix form, okay, which is derived by the grammar. So that's why it's called the grammar rule, right? So first you have to write the equation like this, friends. Okay. After which what we have to do, I tell you, right? So first right? So first you keep it a word called delta. Okay, right? So where you can, right? So write the coefficient of each and every variable. It means here we have given only two variables, x and y. Okay, let's write the coefficient. It means 2, 3, 3 minus 2. Okay, right? Right. So 2, 3, 3 minus 2. Right. So we are going to find the determinant. So determinant of delta. I think if you want to give any other name, you can give like lambda or whatever it is. It's times 0. Just I am taking as a delta. So what we do? 2 to the minus 4. Okay. So I think we are just finding the determinant of the matrix because these two parallel lines are indicating the determinant. Okay. So 2 into minus 2 minus 4. Okay, minus simple. So 3 3 are 9. So minus 9 is minus 13. Okay, so 2 2 are minus 4. 3 3 are minus 3 3 are 9 minus 6. So delta is equal to minus 13. Okay, right. So now we have to find out the delta x, determinant of delta x. For determinant of delta x, please listen what I am going to do. Just I am going to write a constant value in the first column. Okay, friends. So I am going to find out the delta x value. For finding the delta x value, just writing the right constant value. What is the constant value? Find what is the constant value. So 5, 1, 3 minus 2. So what we do? 5 into minus 2 minus 10. So 1 into 3 minus 3. So minus 13. Okay, this is about delta x. Friends, please understand how I am doing this. So I think we are solving the equation according to the grammar rule. Okay, first what we do, we have to write the delta as a coefficient, which means we have to write the delta value. Delta should be the coefficient of the variables. Okay, which means x, y is the variable are given means we have to write x variable, coefficient of x and coefficient of y. Okay, according to the given equation. Then we have to keep the constant value as b. Okay, right. Okay, right. Then the first I have to find out delta, right? So then delta x. For delta x, what we do? So we have to change the first element of the first column, which means we have to write a constant 5 1, right? So next delta y, friends. Okay, so you can easily understand what is going to delta y. So what we are going to do? First column value is going to be same, which means 2 3. But the second column is going to be 5 and 1 because we are finding the y. Because that's why we have written x and y at the beginning. Okay, right. So 2 into 1, 2 and minus 3 5 is 15. So it is minus 13. Okay. So friends, now we have got the delta value, delta x value, and delta y value. Right. So now we have to find out the value of x and y. Okay. So how I am going to derive the value x? Determinant of delta x divided by determinant of delta. Friends, please understand how I am going to get the x value. Determinant of delta x divided by delta. So what is the delta x? Minus 13. What is the determinant of delta? Minus 13. It's going to be 1. Okay. And what is y value? Determinant of delta y divided by determinant of delta. Again, it is going to be minus 13 divided by minus 13 is equal to 1. Very simple, friends. This is about the y value. Okay. So if you want to solve this equation, if you want to verify, okay, your answer, please do the basic method, okay, which we learned or which we applied in the algebra chapter. Okay, you can use the elimination method to solve the equation. Okay. So I repeat, friends, how we can solve the problem or how we can solve the equation in a matrix, in a grammar rule, right? So first you have to write the coefficient values. Okay, all the coefficient values are called as delta, right? So then you have to find out determinant of delta. Okay, so then I think we take one more problem. Okay, we can get the clarity. So I think instead of explaining right again by having the same problem, we try with we go with another problem. X plus 3y is equal to 2. Then 2x plus 6y is equal to 7. 2x plus 6y is equal to 7. Right. See, now first we have to write down the delta value. So what we do, just we have to write the coefficient of the variables. What are the two variables that are given? X and y. Okay. What is the constant? 2 and 7. So y x. I think y x plus 3y is called a variable. Y x and y is called a variable because they are having a chance to change. Okay, they are having a chance to vary. For example, if you put up x is equal to 1, it becomes 1 plus 3y. In case if I put x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 1, so it becomes 4. If we put x is equal to 2 and y is equal to 2, it becomes 8. Okay, because they are changing when I substitute a different one. That's why they are called variables. When you look at the 5, 2 and 7, they are called constant because it is fixed. Okay, there is no way of changing the values. Right? So first we have to write the delta, which contains the coefficient of variable. What is the coefficient of x? 1. What is the coefficient of y? 3. Okay. Now how I am writing the second row? Look at this. Coefficient of x is 2 and coefficient of y is 6. Right? So delta. Then delta x. What I do? 2. It is going to be 2, 7. Right? What is delta y? It is going to be determinant of delta y is going to be 1, 2, 2, 7. Then you have to do the cross multiplication. Then you substitute the value in the formula. You can get the x and y and z values. Okay, right? So this is about the calculation of the matrix. Solving the equation by using the grammar rule. Okay. So I hope you are very clear with matrix concept as well as solving the many problems in matrix. Okay. So in matrix, just we understood meaning of a matrix, addition of the matrix, subtraction of the matrix, and the multiplication of the matrix. Okay. Then we learn about adjoint of a matrix, determinant of the matrix, inverse of a matrix. Okay. Then we understood how the equations are solved according to the grammar rule. Okay. These are the learning aspects as per the matrix and determinants are the concern. Okay, right? So if you have any clarifications, you are most welcome to ask. Okay, so during your free time, right? Or you just send me the message saying that, okay, I'm so and so. Definitely your doubts are clarified. Okay, right. So next we are going to discuss about the probability. Okay, so matrix part is over. So next we are going to discuss about the probability, right? So before understanding the various concepts in probability and before learning some theorems like in probability, so addition theorem on probability, multiplication theorem on probability, and Bayes theorem. All the three theorems are important. Okay, then we will be discussing about the probability distribution, right? So before that, we try to understand what is the probability. So very simple, friends. The chances to occur. Okay, for example, if you take IPL 2021 edition, right? IPL 2021 trophy, okay, was owned by Chennai Super Kings teams, right? So IPL 2022 is going to held. Okay, so when the BCA is going to conduct the IPL in 2022, we do not know. In case, so I think already there are 8 teams. So from this year, 2 more teams are included. So in the IPL edition, so there are 10 teams are going to participate. Okay, and what are the chances to win the IPL 2022 trophy? So each and every teams are having the equal chances. So the chances to occur is nothing about the probability, right? For example, who is going to secure the first mark in maths and statistics paper? All the students are having the equal chance, but what is going to happen at the end, we have to check. Okay, so the probability is nothing but the chances to happen. For example, if now the test match is going on between India and New Zealand, okay, and who is going to win? I think at the beginning, both teams are having the equal chance to win the match, right? I think if we look at the probability of New Zealand team, okay, 1/2, right? If we look at the probability of Indian team, they are also having a chance of 1/2. But so according to the match, probably India is going to win the match because we are leading more than 300 runs. Okay, I'm not sure about how many runs we are leading it, but somehow we are leading. Okay, because they bowled out for 62 runs in the yesterday, right? So, what are the chances, right, to occur the particular event. So for example, when we tossing a coin, okay, so what is the probability of getting a head and a tail? Okay, what is the probability of getting a head? 1 by 2. What is the probability of getting a tail? 1 by 2. Yeah, friends. So please understand the concept. Probability, which means chances to occur. So it can be written as P of A is equal to N of A divided by N of S. N of A divided by N of S. So probability of A, which means it could be any event. Okay, getting a head for tossing a 2 coin. Okay, or getting number 5, rolling a die. Okay, or selecting a king pawn. Okay, from the well shuffled 52 cards. So A means any event. Okay, so probability of A indicates any event. N of A means number of possible outcomes, number of favorable outcomes, or number of favorable outcomes. You cannot say number of possible outcomes, number of favorable outcomes. For example, what is the probability of getting a head? Okay, by tossing a coin. So what is the probability? 1 by 2. So only one chance. So when we toss a single coin, what is the probability of getting a head? Only one time. Okay, it could be either head or tail. We cannot say we are going to get both. Okay, right. So rarely the coins are standing in the horizontal position. Okay, it happened only in the movie because the movie is the imagination one. Right. N of S indicate the number of sample phase, which means when we toss a coin, okay, what are the possibilities? Okay, so S is equal to H comma T. We get either head or T. Okay, so if I put N in front, it means indicate the number of sample phase. அது மொத்த கூறுகள் மொத்தம் நடக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்புகள் எத்தனை சரிங்களா ரைட் ஸோ ஒன்று ஹெட் கிடைக்கணும் இன்னும் ஒரு டை கிடைக்கும் சரிங்களா ஸோ இன் கேஸ் 2 coins are tossed, okay, what are the sample phase? Okay, so sample phase is going to be HH or HT or TH or TT. Okay, this is about sample phase of tossing a 2 coin. Okay, HH, HT, TH, TT. So உங்களுக்கு வந்து எழுதுறது கஷ்டமா இருக்கு அப்படி நீங்க ஃபீல் பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா okay, right. So I think what is the probability for tossing a coin? Head and tail. Okay, so when 2 coins are tossed, right, what we get either head or tail. Then we can either head or tail. When 2 coins are tossed and 2 coins are flipped, whatever it is. So how we can write head? Okay, head. Then head tail. Then tail H, tail head. Then tail. This is about the sample phase of tossing a 2 coins. 2 coins and 2 times. Okay, when 2 coins are flipped. Okay, in case if we take a 3, right? How we are going to write? Okay, so because if we can write the sample phase very easily. So when the coin is tossed only once, okay. So when it is 2 times, head tail. Okay, then head tail. So if it is 3 times, look at this. How I am writing this? H T, then H T. Okay, you can write the sample phase now, right? What is that? H comma H. Then H comma T. H comma T. Then H T. Then H T. Right? Then T H. Then T H T. Right? Then T H. Then T. So total sample phase is 8. So when we 3 coins or when we toss a coin 3 times. Okay, so when we toss a coin or when we toss 2 coins or when we toss 3 coins, what are the same? I think friends, probability is nothing but the chances to occur. So that's why we use the formula. So P of E is equal to N of E divided by N of S. Likewise, so you have to remember the dice, okay, as well as you have to remember the cards. I think we know playing the cards. I think we are having the 52 cards. So the card contains king, spade, okay, joker, and etc. So we should know Okay, how many king card we are having, and how many king cards with the red, okay, and how many queen cards. So we should know, right, all the things before solving the problem on the probability. Okay, right. So just we try to understand the basic concept and probability, then we move to the problems. Okay, just I'm sharing the PPT now. Okay, right. I think very simple formula is P of A is equal to N of A divided by N of S. Okay, right. 3 minutes. Just I'm sharing the PPT. Okay, I hope that my screen is visible to you, right? So we continue that. So definition. So experiment. I think we have to learn some basic concepts. So before solving the problem. So experiment. So when a trial is conducted to obtain some statistical information. Okay, if you are doing some trial, நம்ம கிரிக்கெட் விளையாடும் போது வந்து இது வந்து ட்ரையல் ஓவர் ட்ரையல் பால்னு சொல்லுவோம் இல்லைங்களா. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி we have to do some trial. Okay, or some trial is to be conducted to obtain some statistical information. For example, tossing of a fair coin, so rolling of a die. Okay, so tossing of a fair coin or rolling of a die. Okay, shuffling 52 cards. Okay, I think there's an experiment. Okay, for obtaining some result. So why we are tossing a coin? To obtain either head or tail. Okay, so that is the result. For obtaining some result, we are doing something. So the things which we are doing is called the experiment. So the event, the possible outcomes of a trial denoted by the capital letters A, B, C, etc. That's why I told you very clearly P of A, which means probability of the event hitting a head or hitting a tail, hitting 2 heads or getting 3 heads, getting okay exactly 2 heads, like that. So even the possible outcomes of a trial denoted by the capital letters A, B, C. In tossing a coin, the outcomes head or tail are events, which means the result which we are obtaining by doing the experiment is called an event. So yeah, equally likely event. This is very, very important, friends. The events are said to be equally likely if the chances of happening of each event is equal or same. Okay, for example, so the event is going to be, we are doing some experiment. Okay, so if the chances are equal, okay, if the result, if both the result are having the equal chance, okay, so we are having this saying that the event is called or the particular event is called equally likely events. So in tossing of a coin, the events head or tail are equally likely because both are having the equal chances, right? So the events are said to be equally likely if the chances of happening of each event is equal or same. Okay, so I think both, right, events are having the equal chances. Then the favorable events, the event which we are considering for study. Okay, so for example, rolling a die, right? So what is the probability of getting 1 and what is the probability of getting 2? Likewise, so heading a head in case of tossing a coin, getting a 6 in case of rolling a die. So which means the event which we are looking for or which we are considering for a study is called the favorable events. Okay, and there are many events because when we rolling a die, we may get either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. Okay, but if you are focusing only to 6, that is a favorable event. Okay, the sample phase, as we discussed earlier, the total number of possible outcomes taken together, okay, in an experiment, right? So these are called these are also called excasting events. For example, set of head and tail in tossing a coin. So what is the total sample phase? 2 when we're tossing a coin, and the set of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in rolling a die. Okay, So the total number of possible outcomes taken together is called the sample phase, right? Then the complementary events, two outcomes of an event, okay, that are the only two possible outcomes. So flipping a coin and getting a heads or tails, head is a complement to tail, because when heads comes, when head occur, okay, so tail will not occur. When tail occur, head will not occur. So it is going to be a complementary event. Okay. So in getting a tie, in rolling up a die, getting one or two are not a complementary events, because it will occur. We cannot say it is not going to occur, but it will occur. So I think, friends, so please take your own time to understand. Okay. I think once I share the material, so please go through that, and you will get some clarity. Okay. Right. Then the mutually exclusive event. Yeah, this is a very important. So equally likely event means where the outcomes are having the equal chances to occur. Okay, right. So mutually exclusive events are when two events cannot happen simultaneously in a single trial. Okay, and in other words, when the happening of one excludes happening of the other. For example, so when we tossing a coin, right? So its inclusion of head exclude the tail, or inclusion of tail will exclude the head. So which means occurrence of one event will affect the occurrence of the other event. Okay, it is called the mutually exclusive event, which means one event is excluded. Okay, right? For example, if we take a black and red, okay, right? So we have absolutely nothing is common. So these are exclusively events. Okay, I think if black is represented in one circle and red is represented in one circle, so we kept separately. So there is no common. Okay, so in case if two circles are intersecting with each other, we can say, okay, there is a chances to happen for either black or red. Okay, right. So mutually inclusive events, which means when two events can happen simultaneously in single trial, which means there is something common in between two events. Okay, for example, getting a red card or a king. Okay, we cannot say the king card is not going to be a red, or red card is not going to be head. There is a chance. So I think this occurring of one event will not affect the occurring of the other events. Okay, it will not exclude the other event. This is about the mutually inclusive events. Okay. So then, yeah, I think there are some examples are given. So please go through that. Some problems are given. So in case of rolling a die, what is the probability of getting? So what is the total sample phase? 6, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are the possibilities for getting an even number? Even numbers are 2, 4, 6. So 3 by 6. Therefore, the probability is 1 by 2. So prime number, yeah, you should know. Okay, the prime number means a number which is divisible by 1 and itself. எந்த ஒரு நம்பர் வந்து ஒன்னாலையும் தன்னாலையும் மட்டும் வகுப்படுமோ அந்த நம்பர் தான் நம்ம என்னன்னு சொல்லுவோம், பிரைம் நம்பர் சொல்லுவோம். ஸோ ஒன் இஸ் நாட் அ பிரைம் நம்பர். ஸோ அதுக்குரிய நம்ம டெஃபினேஷன்லாம் படிக்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை, சரிங்களா? 2, okay, if we take a 3, right? So 2 is a prime number because 2 is divisible by 1 and itself. It cannot be divisible by any other number. If you take a 3, 3 is a prime number. So 3 is divisible by 1 and itself. But if you take a 4, 4 is not a prime number, guys. So why the 4 is not a prime number? Because, right? So 4 is divisible by 1 and itself. So all the numbers are divisible by 1 and itself, friends. But at the same time, they are having the chances to divisible by other number also. So 4 is divisible by 2 also. If you take a 9, 9 is divisible by 1 and itself. It is also divisible by 3 and yeah, it is also divisible by 3. Okay. If you take a 6, it is divisible by 2 and 3. Right? Our prime number now 1 to 6 line our 1 prime number, 2 prime number, 3 prime number. Okay. Then 4, 5, 6 is 5 is a prime number. So 4 by 6 it is 2 by 3. Okay. Likewise, you have to practice. So for solving the probability problem, you know the sample phase for tossing a coin. 1 time, 2 coins or 3 coins. Okay. 2. I think 1 coin means head and tail. 2 coin means there are 4 sample phase. HH, HT, TH, TT. 3 coins means I have written on the board. Okay, so please follow that. Then lottery. Okay, likewise, the many things are given. So many practice problems are given. After which, okay, and probability theorems and probability, addition theorem and multiplication theorem. So when we can use addition theorem for mutually exclusive event, not mutually exclusive, and multiplication theorem for independent events and dependent events. Okay, so all the details are very given very elaborately. Okay, so you take your own time to read and understand. Okay, so you have to memorize the formula for applying the addition theorem and the multiplication theorem, as well as the base theorem. Okay, so I think definitely I will be sharing all the materials to you guys. Okay, so please go through that, and if you have any clarification, you are most welcome to contact me, because in last class itself I have given my number. Okay, right? So thank you so much for your patient listening. Okay, right? So for having the more clarity, okay, the topic which we discussed, so please watch the videos, right, whenever you have a time. Okay, so wish you all the best for your exam as well as okay your career. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
சார் அடுத்து பசுபதி சார் வந்துட்டீங்களா? வந்துட்டார்.
Good morning, sir.
நீங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க சார். பசுபதி சார்.
Good morning, sir.
நீங்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, students. Today is the last session. Today I am going to completing remaining part of the incomplete portion of management concept. Already covered nearly 3 units in the past 3 classes. Previous 3 classes. Today, remaining part, incomplete part from the third unit, and then today I am going to completing the remaining part, 4th and 5th unit. Remaining incomplete part from the last content of the third unit. What do you mean that committee? Committee is a group of people who work collectively, discuss, decide, and recommend solution to the problems of a concern which possibly cannot be solved by an individual. There are various types of groups. But what I mean that committee, committee அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ரீசனுக்காக என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, கவர்மெண்ட் மூலமாகவோ அல்லது ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட செக்டார் மூலமாகவோ என்ன பண்ணலாம், அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு குழு, ஒரு கமிட்டி என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நாமினேட் பண்ணுவாங்க. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், இப்போ ஒரு லாஸ்ட் 2 வீக்ஸ் நம்ம பார்த்துருப்போம், அவங்களுக்கு அதிகமான மழை பொழிந்தது. இப்போ இந்த மாதிரியான சூழல்ல மத்திய அரசு என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நம்ம எப்பொழுதுமே மாநில அரசு மத்திய அரசிடம் என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, அதற்கான பாதிக்கப்பட்ட நபர்களுக்கு இழப்பீடு வழங்குவதற்காக என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, நிறைய அவங்கள்ட்ட ஃபண்டிங் கேட்பாங்க. அப்போ மத்திய அரசு என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, தனியாக ஒரு செப்பரேட் ஒரு குழு என்ன பண்ணுவோம், கமிட்டி என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, எந்தெந்த இடம் பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்குது, எவ்வளோ விவசாய நிலங்கள் பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்குது, எவ்வளோ டொமஸ்டிக் வீடுகள் பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்குது, இப்படி எவ்வளோ பேர் உடைமை இழந்திருக்கிறாங்க, இதெல்லாமே கம்ப்ளீட்டாக என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, மெஷர் பண்ணுறதுக்காக என்ன பண்ணுவோம், ஒரு கமிட்டி என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நாமினேட் பண்ணுவோம். அந்த கமிட்டி கம்ப்ளீட்டாகவே அதை அசஸ் பண்ணி, வெரிஃபை பண்ணி, இன்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணி, ப்ராப்பர் ரிப்போர்ட் சப்மிட் டு த அத்தாரிட்டி. தட் இஸ் கால்டு கமிட்டி. A committee is a group of people who work collectively, discuss, decide, and recommend a solution to the problems which possibly cannot be solved by an individual. A committee consists of group of men conversant with the subject. Naturally, their advice will be much superior to that of the one man. What are the important principles of a committee? Principles of committee. Number one, the number of person in a committee should depend upon the need and be optimum minimum about 5 to 10%. Some committee may be nominated 5, some committee may be appointed 6 or 7, like that. For example, 10, not even, for example, 5 to 10% nominated in a particular group or committee. Then another important principles of committee: responsibility, authority, objectives, and the duties of the committee should be clearly defined. Then agenda of the committee should be prepared and communicated to the committee members at least a week before they meet for discussions. Then problems which can be taken care of by an individual should not be included in the agenda of the committee. Committee meetings should begin and end of the prefixed timings. Then problems not related to the subject matter at the hand should not be discussed because it will simply waste time. The operation of the committee should be a cooperative development. The recommendation made by the committee should be published and circulated to the interested and concerned persons. The committee should be apprised of the action taken based upon its recommendation. It's the last one of the principles of committee. A committee must be dissolved after its purpose is over. So these are the important highlights regarding the principles of committee. Then what are the types of committee? Types of committee, there are 5 types of committee. So number 1, standing or permanent committee is needed in a complex organization experiencing multifaceted problems almost all the times. So sometimes it may be appointed a standing or permanent committee for the purpose of rectify the problems within the organization. That is called a permanent committee. Number 2, temporary committee for the purpose to nominated. After that, immediately dissolved the committee. A temporary committee is formed to face and solve problems arising occasionally. That is called temporary committee. 4th, third one, the committee is controlled, has full powers to act, and they may assume a position that could be manned by one individual. Next one, advisory committee explores various aspects of problems and suggests course of action to the concerned executive, thereby helping him to reach the decision for which he is held responsible. Last one, the educational committee aid in getting information about the company problems, policies, and the projects to major individual concerned. So these are the important highlights regarding the types of committee. what are the benefits or advantages of a committee? Number one, advantages, a committee often perform worthwhile tasks since two experts are better than one. Yes. Number two, a committee coordinate the efforts of the department which are represented. For example, sales, production, and engineering in development of a new product. A committee is of the special value in broad policy determination and rounding out plans. A committee reduces the workload of management. Committee are especially good at innovation or brainstorming. Committee helps securing cooperation of various personnel. Committee is effectively used to appoint person to fill vacant position in the enterprise. So these are important highlights regarding what are the advantages of committee. There are some disadvantages or drawbacks or limitations of a committee. Sometimes it turns out to be true that what committee finishes in a week, a good individual may complete in a day. But maybe to form the committee, it is not possible to conclude the report. But at the same time, not possible to submit to the authority because of discussion and like that going on for some more days or some more weeks, some more months like that. For example, that should be one of the important problems arising from the committee form of the meeting. Next one, it may be said that the committee operations are slow and the committees tend to hang on for a considerable time. Then in a committee, no individual can be held responsible for anything. These are the important. The next one, last one, committee decisions represent generally a compromised position and do not truly reflect the real feelings of the individual committee or groups of members. So these are the important highlights regarding what do you mean that the committee. So next topic, what do you mean that organization? What do you mean that organization? What do you mean that informal organization? There are a formal and informal organization. Normally, what do you mean that formal? Formal is deliberately from the higher to lower, higher authority to the lower authority. Whatever may be any instructions, regulations, procedures passed on through from the top level to the management. That is called formal communication. But from the examination point of view, I've asked from the topic, what do you mean that informal communication? But informal, but there is no properly formed organization that is called informal organization. Sometimes sometimes maybe to origin from the outside of the organization, that is called informal. As formal organization grows in size, parallel existence of informal relationship among the with the relationship or relationship will become unavoidable. Informal organizations have always existed with the formal organizations. They arise because of inevitable social and the personal needs of individual. Right? Understand? They arise because of inevitable social and the personal needs of individuals, which cannot be satisfied with the principles of formal organization. They represent non-planned, unofficial social interaction among the people working in formal structures. They arise out of common interest of the people. That is called, for example, informal. Once again, they arise because of inevitable social and personal needs of individuals, which cannot be satisfied by the principles of the formal organization. They represent non-planned, unofficial, social interactions amongst the people working in formal structures. They arise out of common interest of people, that is called, what do you mean that? Informal organization. What are the important features of informal organization? Number one, unplanned. Number two, social needs. Number three, no formal structure. Number four, informal leaders. Number five, informal communication system. Number six, no rules and regulations. Number seven, no fixed tenure. These are the important highlights regarding what are the features of informal organization. Normally, I will once again, what do you mean that formal? Formal means deliberately formalized channels from the bottom to top. But informal, but there is no formed in the formalized channels. Unplanned. But this is a maximum arise out of the campus or out of the organization. Sometimes maybe to use for that, for example, but sometimes maybe to some people use for the purpose of development of the organization, like that. But number one, unplanned structure. This structure is not planned. It arises spontaneously out of formal interaction amongst people. When people formally interact with each other, they learn to discuss their interests, attitudes, hobbies, beliefs, etc. And in course of doing so, form groups whose goals are different from formal organizational goals. Their informal relationship gradually develop informal organization that coexist with the formal organization. This is number one, planned, unplanned structure. Number two, social needs. Or the purpose to form the informal, the basic purpose of informal organization is fulfillment of social and personal needs of people. People share common thoughts, feelings, and interests different from formal organizational goals. So their social needs of friendship, love, and support are strengthened by informal organization. Next, the third one, no formal structure. A formal organization has a definite structure, but an informal organization does not have any formal structure. It cannot be precisely shown the organization chart. That is called no formal structure. Next, informal leaders. Informal leaders. Leaders are informally selected by group members. They strongly influence group activities and contribute to formal goals positively or negatively. Positive-ஆகவோ நெகட்டிவாகவோ இருக்கலாம் அப்படின்றான். So next one, another important features of informal communication, informal organization. Fifth one, informal communication system. The system of communication is formal, informal. It does not follow the chain of command, that is called. But it operates along with the formal channels of communication and work faster than the formal channel. It transmits the message much faster, though rumors may also spread along with the formal messages. So communication flow is every direction, vertical, horizontal, diagonal, and the concept people through the organization. Next one, rules and regulations. It has no fixed rules and regulations that govern the functions of the organization. rules framed and changed, rules framed and changed by people according to their convenience. So last one, no fixed tenure. There is no fixed tenure. It is formed under the will of people and dissolved at their will. It does not operate for fixed time period. So these are the important highlights regarding what are the features of informal organization. Number one, features unplanned structure, social needs, then no formal structure. Next, the fourth one, informal leadership. Fifth one, informal communication system. Sixth one, no rules and regulations. Seventh one, no fixed tenure. These are the important highlights regarding what are the features of informal organization. Next, what are the merits of informal organization? Number one, promote social and cultural values. Number two, relief to top managers. Number three, supplement to managers' capacities. Number four, social satisfaction and security. Number five, communication. Number six, better relationship. Number seven, promotes creativity. Number eight, self-control. 9, restraint on discretion. 10, social satisfaction. 11, quick feedback. So these are the important highlights regarding what are the merits of informal organization. Number one, promote social and cultural values. Members of informal organization share common thoughts, social and cultural beliefs. Their interests are promoted, which strengthen the organization and promotes commitment to accomplish its formal goals. Relief to top managers. Social interaction lead to cooperation and coordination among the people of different people. Third one, supplement to managers' capacities. Sometimes managers are unable to take official decisions without the support of members. People of informal organization help managers by providing them the help and the support that cut across official chain of command. Next one, social satisfaction, security. Next, communication. Another important communication part, very most important in the informal organization. Communication travels much faster in informal organization than the formal organization. People discuss their work and non-work related problems and find a solution without support of superiors. Next one, better relationship between the managers and the employees, like that. If managers of formal organization maintain good relation with the managers of informal organization, it promotes an environment of understanding. This helps to achieve formal goals of the organization effectively. Promote creativity. People exploit their creativity and work according to their judgment and skill without waiting for superior instruction. எல்லாமே மேல இருந்து சொல்றதை தான் கேட்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது இல்லாம அவங்களுடைய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி குவாலிஃபிகேஷனுக்கு ஏற்ற மாதிரி அவங்களால ஒரு ஒர்க்கை வெல் அண்ட் குட்டாக செய்ய முடியுங்கிற ஒரு பட்சத்தில் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணலாம், செய்யலாம் அப்படிங்கிறாங்க. அது வந்து வெயிட் பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் கிடையாது அப்படிங்கிறாங்க. There is no formal but own planned for purpose of accomplishment of the organizational goals or objectives. Then another important advantages of informal organization, self-control. Employees frame their own targets and self-control their activities. Control need not be exercised from the top level. Restraint or discretion. Informal organization check wrong acts of managers. Then social satisfaction. When members get tried while working, informal organization provide them relief against official burden and tiredness. They provide them an outlet to satisfy the needs of the interaction. So last one, quick feedback. So manager get a quick feedback on their official decision through informal channel of communication. Managers can get quick feedback on their official discussion, official decisions through informal channels of communication. This help in knowing how well their policies are being implemented by regional centers. That's all. These are the important, like that, for example. Next one, another important limitations or drawbacks of informal communication, conformity, attitudes of leaders, role of conflict, rumor, resistant to change, conflicting goals. These are the important examples like that. Once again, conformity. Number 2, attitude of leader. அது மூலமா கூட உங்களுக்கு வந்து அதோடைய இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. வந்து ரோல் ஆஃப் கான்ஃப்ளிக்ட், ரூமர், gossip, for example. These are the resistant to change, conflicting goals that should be influenced. For example, problems arising in the informal organization, limitations or drawbacks and the disadvantages of informal communication. So next topic, next fourth unit, staffing. This is another important functions of management. Another one of the important functions of management, staffing. HR part. Without a proper person nominated in a particular place, not possible to accomplishment of the organizational goals or objectives of the firms or the companies. What do you mean that staffing? Staffing is the management function that deals with recruitment, placement, training, and development of organization members. So what do you mean that? What do you mean that staffing is the management function that deals with the recruitment, placement, training, and development of organization members. It encompasses the selection, training, and the supervision of the activities of an efficient staff with qualified understudies able to assume supervisory position at all levels in case of promotion or absence. Yes, that is called. Once again, it encompasses the selection, training, supervision of the activities of an efficient staff with qualified understudies able to assume supervisory position at all levels in case of promotion or absence. Like that, the other important same topic it also includes the work of a manager is in maintain a high level of individual or group moral through the consistent application of company policies and effective leadership. So the concept of staffing is broad enough to include rank and file employees as well as managerial ones. It is now recognized as a separate management function. Previously, it was a part of organizational function. Next, what are the importance of staffing? Staffing is one of the important functions of management. Already discussion in the earlier unit. For example, post corporate planning, organizing, directing, staffing, coordinating, reporting, budgeting, like that. So staffing is one of the important functions of management. It is necessary for every organization to recruit, select, train, and maintain an efficient workforce. It is necessary for every organization to recruit, select, train, and maintain an efficient workers. Appointing right man at the right place will facilitate the payment the organization for achieve organizational goals. So this will help competent and loyal employees at various levels. நல்ல ஒரு திறமையான நபர்களை நாம் ஒரு பிளேஸில் நாமினேட் பண்ணும் பொழுது நிச்சயமாக அந்த நபரின் மூலமாக அந்த நிறுவனம் கண்டிப்பாக ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு இலக்கை அடைய முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறாங்க. அதான் இந்த present day setup, the importance of the function has increased due to increase in size of the organizational technological development. Next one பார்க்க முடியுது. Effective staffing facilities the organization in the following ways. What are the effective staffing facilities? It always ensure availability of personnel, number one. Number two, it facilitate effective and higher performance provided right people are appointed right places. It facilitates effective and higher performance provided right people are appointed in right place. அதாவது சரியான நபரை தேர்வு செய்து அவங்கள நம்ம செலக்ட் பண்ணி சரியான இடத்துல நம்ம நியமனம் செஞ்சாதான் கண்டிப்பாக நிறுவனம் எந்த இலக்கை அடைய விரும்புகிறாங்களோ அந்த இலக்கை விரைவான முறையில் அடைய முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறான். அதான் that is called. அதாவது it facilitates effective and higher performance provided right people are appointed in right places. So right people are appointed in right places. Next one, another important, it improve job satisfaction and the morale of the employees. It improve job satisfaction and the morale. So properly select and nominate from that place a chance more. For example, perfection and transparency from the subordinates. Next, it facilitate optimal utilization of manpower in the organization by selecting employees through a scientific selection process and developing them according to the needs and the requirements of the organization. It tries to minimize the cost of the manpower. Next, it enables the organization to cope with the shortage of executive talent. Then to ensure the organization to cope with the shortage of executive talent, it ensures continuity and growth of it is. Next one, the good staffing is considered as a boon to society because it develops good performance due to sound staff policies pursued and developed by organizations. This improve productivity and profitability of the society. What are the important features, nature and features of staffing? Number one, every line manager is to perform staffing function. Number two, staffing function is continuously performed by every manager at various levels. Staffing function is continuously performed by every manager at various levels. Next, staffing is an ongoing exercise of the organization. It starts from very first day of the organization. People are needed to man the organization various levels. Vacancies caused by mobility of personnel, retirement, death, promotion, and the whole filed from time to time. These are the important, the fourth important nature of staffing. Next one, fifth one, fourth one, some writers trying to distinguish between personnel management and staffing. Staffing is concerned with the filling up of managerial positions in the organization, but whereas personnel management is concerned with the plans, policies, procedures for filling up the operative position. That is called what are the difference between, for example, personnel management staffing. Staffing அப்படிங்கிறது என்ன சொல்றாங்க வந்து அந்த வேக்கண்ட மேனேஜர் பொசிஷன் வேக்கண்ட ஃபில் அப் பண்ணக்கூடியது தான் என்ன சொல்றாங்க வந்து ஸ்டாஃபிங் அப்படிங்கிறது. பட் வந்து பட் சேம் டைம் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் பர்சனல் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அப்படிங்கிறது personal management is concerned with the plans, policies, and procedures for filling up operative functions like that. These are the next last one. Staffing deals with the human elements. This function deals with the human resources of the organization. This function deals with the human resource of the organization at various levels. These human resources are influenced by certain psychological, philosophical, and social problems. To deal with this effectively, the organization is to develop certain well-defined staffing principles. So these are the important highlights regarding what are the nature and the features of staffing. So next, another important what are the functions of, or what are the functions or process of staffing? What are the functions and the process of staffing? There are 5 process of staffing. Number 2, development. Number 3, compensation. Number 4, integration. Number 5, maintenance. So these are the important functions of the staff or process of staff or steps to be followed by the process of staffing. Number 1, what do you mean that procurement? This is the first step in staffing. What do you mean that procurement? Procurement, just a bit. This involves the procurement of adequate number of qualified persons to fill up the various positions in the organization to achieve organizational goals. What do you mean that procurement means சேகரித்தல்? This involves manpower planning, recruitment, selection, and placement. It includes through from the procurement of personnel. Manpower planning means, for example, normally in big firms, maybe where can arise from the, I think for example, able to use for the separations. Separations, maybe retirement, death, VRS, like that. These are the issues maybe to happen. But at the same time, suppose I'm able to expand and diversification of business, so need in the huge amount of the employees, so will advance prepare the manpower planning, then recruitment, selection, and placement. These are the important. The manpower planning is the process of determining the manpower requirements both in terms of number and quality of personnel. Recruitment involves locating various sources of prospective candidates, either through from the internal or external sources. What do you mean that internal sources of recruitment change over from the lower position to the higher position? That is called promotion. Promotion, transfer, or demotion. So these are the important examples of the, for example, internal sources of recruitment. What are the external sources of recruitment? There are various ways. For example, selection of the employees. Well, I think, for example, from external sources from website or through advertisement, present employees or former employees recommendations. Like that, these are the examples. Then selection means choosing the right type of required number of persons out of prospective candidates. And after that recruitment, the selection, there are many processes involved, selection of the right persons, nominated in the right places. Then placement means assigning specific job to the selected candidates. These are the important highlights regarding the procurement of personnel. Next one, development of personnel. The second step of staffing involve orientation, training, counseling of personnel. Orientation is the socializing process of adjusting the newly hired employees in the organization. Training involves the process of improving the knowledge and the skills of personnel. Development means preparing them for additional responsibility or advancement. All this important. Next one, third one, the second one, development. Third one, compensation. Another important. So without a compensation to employees, not possible to get a better return from the person. This step involves the fixation of adequate and equitable remuneration of personnel. The compensation or pay package involves both monetary and non-monetary payments. For the purpose, the organization is to develop equitable wage and salary policy, like that. Next, integration. Integration, another important, integrated from one department to another for the purpose of take as the various activities. That is called. So integration means the development of sense of belonging to the enterprise. This can be achieved by an effective two-way communication system. An effective communication system achieves harmony and a team spirit among employees. Yes. Next one, last one, maintenance. Maintenance not only given to the employees, for example, in the form of sources, in the form of bonus, incentives, retirement benefits, like that, but also given the all kind of the fringe benefit to the employees. For example, what are the fringe benefit? There are, the employer may provide labor welfare activities like medical benefits, housing, recreational facilities, restroom, canteen. This is done with the object of electing the loyalty of employees. So maintenance are important. Maintenance meant to fulfill the loyalty of employees. Next one, principles of staffing. Another important principles of staffing. There are 7 principles of staffing. There are 7 principles of staffing. Staff for principles. Number 1, principles of staff objectives. Number 2, principles of staffing responsibility. Number 3, job definition. Number 4, HRP. Number 5, recruitment personnel. Number 6, training objectives. Number 8, managerial appraisal. So these are the important highlights regarding what are the principles of staffing. Number 1, principles of staff objectives. The principle involve the matching organizational requirements with the individual skills. The subject object is to provide the organization with the competent persons at various levels, and to achieve long-term success of the enterprises. Like that. Number 2, principles of staffing responsibility. Those who are nominated in a particular place get a chance for getting the better performance from the subordinates. So without giving the responsibility, not expected better performance from the particular staff members. Every manager at various levels is to perform efficient planning and execution staffing function. They can rely on the services of personnel department to carry out staffing responsibility. Next, job. Principles of job, the definition. This tells the managers the job to be performed and the result to be achieved. This gives them a good idea what is to be achieved, and this defines the role of manager in the organization. Next, another important, the HR plan. So without a proper HR plan, not possible to smooth running of the enterprises or companies. Not possible to smooth running of enterprises or the companies like that. The next one, another important principles of recruiting personnel. This involves the proper judicious utilization both internal and external sources of recruitment. The management will normally encourage operations, competition among the candidates for various levels. Next one, another important principles of training objectives. The management is to state the training needs for the different kinds of personnel. This will facilitate once the training aims are stated, then it becomes easy for the management to achieve them. Last one, principles of managerial appraisal. Next one, this involves the correct identification of verifiable objectives and managerial activities to enable precise appraisal of managers against standards. These principles advocate that the managerial performance appraisal should be based on variable objectives so that the evaluation of managers will be easier. These are important highlighting. What do you mean that what are the principles of the staffing, and then discuss about the what even the staffing, like that. So next topic, what do you mean that directing? Directing is an important topic. This is another one of the important management functions of management, directing. Without guidance, without the proper directions, not possible to achieve the organizational goals or objectives. ஒரு நிறுவனம் சக்சஸ் அல்லது ஃபெயிலியர் அப்படிங்கிறது எந்த அடிப்படையில் உருவாகுதுன்னு சொன்னால், ஒரு நிறுவனத்துடைய சக்சஸ் ஆர் ஃபெயிலியர் எந்த அடிப்படையில் உருவாக சொன்னால், there is a proper guidance given from the authority to the subordinates. But there is no proper direction, motivation, communication, like that, not given to the subordinates, not possible to accomplishment of the organizational goals or objectives. So what do you mean that directing? Directing is the heart of management function. All other functions of management, such as planning, organizing, and staffing, have no importance without directing. Leadership, motivation, supervision, communication are various aspects of directing. So directing is the heart of management function. All other functions of management, such as planning, organizing, and staffing, have no importance without directing. Leadership, motivation, supervision, communication are various aspects of directing. Next, everything you need to know about the principles of directing. Directing is one of the most complex functions of management. It deals with the people whose nature itself quite complex. Because of this reason, effective directing is really an art which can be learned and perfected through long experience. However, managers may follow some principles while directing their subordinates. So, principles of direction are goal allocation, initiating action, accountability, decisiveness, and scholar chain. When it becomes leading, the principles undergo several metamorphoses. Then another important, what are the principles of directing? There are 6 principles of directing. Number 1, harmony of objectives. Number 2, unity of direction. Number 3, direct supervision. Number 4, appropriate leadership style. Number 5, appropriate direction techniques. Number 6, use of informal organization. Number 7, use of motivation techniques. So last one, follow-up. So number 1, harmony of objectives. Harmonizing the objectives, individuals with the group of objectives, is the first principles of directing. Persons join in the concerns for getting their psychological needs satisfied. They are expected by the organization to work in such a manner to achieve the organizational goals. Number 2, unity of direction. Another important principles of direction is that the order should be received by the subordinate from only one superior. In other words, there should not be dual subordination. Dual subordinated bring disorder, confusion, undermines authority and leads to instability. அதாவது ஒரு இயக்கத்துக்கு கீழே அதாவது ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா யூனிட்டி ஆஃப் டைரக்ஷன்னா ஒருத்தர் கீழே பல பேர் இருக்கணும். பல பேர்த்து கீழே ஒரு சபார்டினேட் இருந்தால் பட் தேர் இஸ் நோ பாசிபிள் ப்ராப்பர் கைடன்ஸ் கெட்டிங் ஃப்ரம் த சுப்பீரியர்ஸ். அதாவது another important principle direction is that the order should be received by the subordinate from only one superior. In other words, there should not be dual subordination. So that is called. Next, third one, direct supervision. It is essential for the manager to have a direct and personal contact with their subordinates because direction involves motivating the subordinates toward the work. Direct supervision makes the subordinate happy and boost their morale. It also ensures quick feedback of necessary information. And next one, another important appropriate leadership style. There are various styles of leadership, but use that the appropriate leadership style for the purpose of accomplishment of the organizational goals and objectives. Leadership is a process of influence exercised on one group members by the leader in the work environment. There is no universally acceptable leadership style. No single style suitable to all situations. The style varies with the situations. Therefore, a manager should exhibit appropriate leadership style, the style that is suitable to given situation. எந்த இடத்துக்கு எந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு தலைமைத்துவ பண்பு இருக்கணுமோ அந்த பண்பு அந்த இடத்துல இருந்தால் தான் அந்த இடத்துல அந்த வேலையை சரியா பண்ணி வாங்க முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறோம். அதாவது நிறைய இருக்கு, அத்தாரிட்டி இருக்குது, சப்போர்ட்டிவ் இருக்கு, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிக் இருக்கு, நிறைய வகையான தலைமைத்துடைய பாணிகள் இருக்கு. பட் எந்த இடத்துக்கு எந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு பாணி, ஒரு தலைமைத்துவ பாணி தேவை என்பதை பொதுவாக அதை அறிஞ்சு அந்த இடத்துல ஒரு சரியான நபர்களை அந்த இடத்துல நம்ம நாமினேட் பண்ணும் பொழுது கண்டிப்பாக நிச்சயமா என்ன சொல்றோம் வந்து கம்பெனி கண்டிப்பாக நல்லா பெட்டரா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. That is called. Next one, the appropriate direction techniques. Direct techniques that are used by the manager should be appropriate. It should be suitable to superiors, subordinates, and the situation as to ensure efficiency of direction. So next one, use of informal organization. Managers should make the use of informal groups so that the formal group can be strengthened. But what are the situations able to form the informal, but there is no proper guidance and given from the formal groups, maybe to form informal groups. Managers should make the informal use of the informal group so that the informal group can be strengthened. அதாவது சரியான ஒரு வழிகாட்டிகள் இல்லாத பட்சத்துல, டெலிபரேட்லி இல்லாத பட்சத்துல, சரியான முறையில் பண்ணாத பட்சத்துல என்ன பண்ணுவோம் வந்து ஃபார்மலா ஸ்ட்ரென்தன் பண்றதுக்காக என்ன பண்ணுவோம் இன்ஃபார்மலா ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவோம். இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய இருக்கு. அதாவது வேகா இருக்கும், அக்யூரேட்டா இருக்காது, சரியான முறையில வந்து அதை ஃபாலோ பண்ண முடியாம போயிருக்கிறோம். அந்த ரீசன் சொல்றாங்க வந்து that is called another important principles of direction. Next one, use of motivation techniques. Managers should develop selective motivation techniques such as money, pay, status, promotion, etc. so that the productivity and the quality of the products can be increased. Motivation ensures higher job satisfaction. Motivation ensures higher job satisfaction. So last one, directing. Directing is a never-ending process. It involves continuous supervision, advice, counseling, and assisting the subordinates in the performance of their jobs. So it requires continuous feedback, which is essential to make necessary modification in the activities of the management. அதாவது கண்டிப்பாக அதாவது ஃபீட்பேக் அப்படிங்கிறது எதுக்காக நம்ம வாங்குறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, எந்த இடத்துல சரியான முறையில் ஒரு சிஸ்டம் ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆகாமல் இருக்குது. ஸோ அந்த சிஸ்டத்தை ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ணுறதுக்கு தான் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணக்கூடியது. டைரக்ஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது அதாவது ஜென்ரலாக சொல்லும் பொழுது ஒரு பொதுவாக சபார்டினேட்டருக்கு ஒரு ப்ராப்பரான ஒரு கைடன்ஸு, ஒரு வழிகாட்டுதல் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னால் கண்டிப்பாக அவங்களால நல்ல ஒர்க் பண்ண முடியாது. அந்த நிறுவனம் அடைய வேண்டிய இலக்கை அடைய முடியாதுன்னு சொல்கிறோம். அதுதான் நம்ம இதில் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக பார்க்கக்கூடிய கான்செப்ட். அதான் டைரக்டிங் இஸ் எ never ending process. It is a continuous process. It involves continuous supervision, advice, counseling, and assisting the subordinates in the performance of their jobs. So it requires continuous feedback, which is essential to make necessary modification in the activities of the management. So these are the important highlights regarding what are the principles of management. So principles of direction. So next another important techniques of direction. Techniques of direction, issuing orders and instruction to subordinates. Number one, issuing, there are 5-6 techniques of subordinates. Number one, issuing orders and instruction to subordinates. Number two, supervision in an overall manner. Number third, motivating subordinates. Number 5, providing leadership. Number 5, communicating with the subordinates. Last one, maintaining discipline and rewarding effective people. These are the important highlights regarding the various elements or techniques of the direction. Issuing orders and instructions to subordinates. The first and foremost element of direction is to issue orders and instruction, which are considered an essential step in the process of directing subordinates. For example, some of the important characteristics of the subordinates: the order should be clear and complete. It should be reasonable and attainable. The order must be it refers, second one, supervision in an overall manner. It refers to monitor the progress of routine work of one subordinates and guiding them properly. Supervision is an important element of directing function of management. Supervision has an important feature which includes face-to-face interaction between the supervisor and his subordinates. Next one, motivating subordinates. The term motivation can be referred to as the process which excites people to work for the attainment of the desired objectives. Among the various factors of production, it is only the human factor which is dynamic and provides mobility to other physical resources. Next one, providing leadership. The term leadership defines as to influence others in such a manner as to guide them to do what the leader wants them to do. Leadership plays an important role in directing. Only through this leadership skill, a manager can develop trust and zeal among his subordinates. Therefore, it leads to guide and provide overall counseling to subordinate in the best way for achieving their objectives and also for the organization. Next one, communicating with the subordinates. Another important techniques of direction, communicating with the subordinates. It refers to an act transferring facts, ideas, feeling, etc. from one person to another and making him understand them. Last one, maintain discipline and rewarding effective people by maintaining an atmosphere of discipline and trust in the organization. The manager can easily give direction so that the work done by his employees is most efficient and effective manner. So these are the important highlight regarding what are the techniques of direction is over. So next one of the important delegation of authority. அதிகார பகிர்வு அப்படின்னா, ஏன்னா பொதுவாக ஒரு நிறுவனத்தில் எல்லா வேலைகளையுமே ஒருவரால் சிறப்பான முறையில் செய்ய முடியுமா அப்படின்னு நிச்சயமா முடியாது. அதாவது ஒர்க்கு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம், டிவிஷன் ஆஃப் ஒர்க்குன்னு நம்ம சொல்லுவோம். டிவிஷன் ஆஃப் ஒர்க்குன்னு நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம், பணியை பல பேருக்கு நம்ம பகிர்ந்து கொடுக்கும் பொழுது ஸோ அந்த ஒர்க்கு நம்ம என்ன சொல்கிறோம் விரைவான முறையில் அதை கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறோம். விரைவான முறையில் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அதான் the process of delegation starts from chief executive of an organization who has the total responsibility for the achievement of goals. In order to share the responsibility of accomplishing goals, he further delegates the work to his subordinates. Once again, the process of delegation starts from chief executive of an organization who has the total responsibility for the achievement of the goals. In order to share the responsibility of accomplishing goals, he further delegates the work to his subordinates. So delegation is the downward transfer of formal authority from one person to another. Superior delegate authority to the subordinate to facilitate the accomplishment of the assigned work. Like that, these are the important highlights. What do you mean that delegation of authority? What are the elements of delegation of authority? Number one, assignment of duties and tasks. Number one. Number two, delegation of authority. Number three, accountability for performance of duties and exercise of authority. These are the important elements. What are the principles of delegation? Number one, functional clarity. Number two, matching authority with the responsibility. Number three, unity of command. Number four, principles of communication. Number five, responsibility not delegated. Number six, limit to authority to be well defined. Number seven, Principles of management by exception. So these are the important highlights. What are the principles of delegation? Number one, functional clarity. The function to be performed, the methods of operation and the results expected must be clearly defined. It must be clarity. The authority delegated must be adequate to ensure that these functions are well performed. Matching authority with responsibility. Generally, authority and responsibility are highly interconnected. So authority should be delegated as to equal to the responsibility consigned to the worker. So authority should be adequate and should not only match the duties to be performed, but also the personal capabilities of the subordinates. Next, unity of command means subordinates should be commanded by one superior only. In this connection, a subordinate should be assigned duties or delegated authority by the only one superior and should be accountable for the performance of the assigned duties and the exercise of the delegated authority. Next, principles of communication. A misunderstood responsibility can be very dangerous. A general authority can be easiest misused. So accordingly, both responsibility and the authority must be clearly defined to the subordinates. Next one, responsibility not delicatable. There is no possible to delegation from one person to another. Authority can be delegated, but responsibility cannot be delegated. A manager cannot turn blind eye to know how the assigned duties are performed and how the delegated authority is exercised. The ultimate responsibility for the performance of duties and exercise of delegated authority. So next one, limit to authority to be well defined. A manager cannot proper delegate authority unless he fully know what his own authority. So avoid confusion in this respect. There should be written manual or orders to indicate the limits of authority like that. These are the important highlights regarding what are the principles of delegation. Then what are the process of delegation? Number one, assignment of task. Number two, delegation of decision making authority. Number third, creation of obligation. Number four, creation of accountability. These are important process of delegation authority. So next, another important topics. I'm going to next topic. Delegation of authority. Next one, controlling at the top. Next one, controlling. What do you mean that control? Controlling is determining what is being accomplished, that is evaluating the performance, if necessary, applying corrected measures so that the performance take place according to plans. According to Terry's view, controlling help in proper implementing of plans. If the plans are not progressing at a proper pace, then necessary measures are taken to set the things right. So controlling is a channel through which plans may be properly implemented. It is called, for example, controlling. What are the characteristics of control? Number one, managerial function. Number two, forward looking. Number three, continuous activity. Number four, control is related to planning. Number 5, essence of control in action. These are the important highlights regarding what are the characteristics of control. Control, number 1, managerial function means control is one of the managerial function. It is not only the functions of chief executive, but is the duty of every manager. So manager is responsible for whatever work is assigned to him. He will control the performance of the subordinate for ensuring the accomplishment of goals, like that. Next one, forward looking. Another important what are the characteristics of controlling? Forward looking. Control is the forward looking. Past is already gone, thus, but cannot be controlled. Measures can be advised to control future activities only. So past provides a base for determining controls for future. Next, continuous activity. Continuous activity. Yes. Control is a regular exercise. It is not an activity in isolation. The manager will have to see that his subordinates perform according to plans at all the times, like that. Next, control is related to planning. Planning is the first function of management, while control is the last one. So control cannot be exercised without planning. So first objectives are set, and the efforts are made, and to see whether these are accomplished or not. Whenever there is a laxity in performance of things are not happening as per the plans, the corrective measures are taken immediately. So planning provides a base for controlling. Next one, essence of control in action. Another important characteristics of controlling. Essence of control in action. Whenever performance is not as per the standards, the immediate action is needed to correct the things. The purpose of control will be defeated if corrective action is not taken immediately. These are the important highlights regarding what are the characteristics of control. So next, what the importance of control. Importance of control. The control function help management in various ways. It guides the management achieving predetermined goals. The efficiency of various functions is also ensured by the control process. The shortcoming in various fields are also reported for taking corrective measures, like that. These are the important. What are the advantages of a control system? Basis for future action, facilitate decision making, facilitate decentralization, facilitate coordination, helps in improving efficiency, then psychological pressure. These are the important advantages. The limitations, influence of external factors, expensive, lack of satisfactory standards, opposition from subordinates. These are the important highlights regarding the limitations of management, management controlling. Next one, another important. What are the steps involved in the controlling process in management concept or in business management? There are 5 steps. There are 5 essential steps of controlling process. Number 1, setting performance standards. Number 2, measurement of actual performance. Number 4, comparing actual performance with the standards. Number 4, analyzing deviations. Last one, taking corrective action. Number 1, setting performance standards. The first step in the process of controlling is concerned with setting performance standards. These standards are the first or the measuring the actual performance. The standards act as a lighthouse that warns and guides the ship at the sea. Standards are the benchmark towards the examples of the quantitative standards: revenue to be earned, units to be produced and sold, cost to be incurred, என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, time to be spent in performing task, the number of inventories to be maintained, then qualitative improving motivation levels of employees, then improving labor relations, then improving quality of products, last one improving goodwill. These are the important highlights regarding what are the process of controlling. Number two, measurement of actual performance. Once the standard has been determined, the next step is to measure the actual performance. Number three, comparing actual performance and the standards. It's another important process of controlling and measuring, comparing actual performance with the standards. The steps involves comparing the actual performance with the standards laid down in order to find out the deviations. For example, performance of salesman in terms of units sold in a week can be easily measured against the standard output for the week. Next, analyzing deviations. Some deviations are possible in all the activities. However, the deviation in the important areas of business need to be corrected more urgently as compared deviation in the significant area. Next one, critical path control. Critical path control. It is neither easy nor economical task to check activity in an organization. The control should focus on key results areas which act as the critical points. The exception, management by exception or control by exception, is an important principles of management control. According to this principle, an attempt to control everything results in controlling nothing, but thus only the important deviations which exceed the prescribed limits should be brought to the notice of management. That's all. Next, another important, there are 10 types of traditional control techniques. Number one, direct supervision and observation. Next, financial statements, budgetary control, break-even analysis, return on investment, management objectives, management audit, management information system, MIS, parental CPA, critical path things. Next one, self-control. These are the important highlights regarding what are the techniques of it. For example, controlling. Next, another important topic. What do you mean that? Business process re-engineering. Business process re-engineering was first introduced as a business management strategy. Mitchell Hammer, in a Hardware Business Review article. Re-engineering work don't automate, obliterate. The basic insight driving this idea was the companies often struggle because they keep seeking to optimize fundamentally ineffective process instead of building something categorically supervised with the new technologies. A commonly cited example is a shipping company that goes to great length to improve the quality of its horseshoes instead of simply switching to automobiles. So next one, business process in re-engineering is offered alternative business process management, which would generally be characterized by the horseshoe style thinking above. So the major aim of business process re-engineering or reducing cost and improving quality. Right, understand? The major aim of BPR, business process re-engineering, or reducing cost and improving quality. Reducing cost and improving quality. Reducing cost by eliminating efficiency, and it can include restructuring and this redesigning process. So laying off redundant employees and eliminating unnecessary ugly players. What are the steps of business process re-engineering? Make a map, analyze the interconnected process, identify opportunities for improvement, design your future business map, then build your future process. These are the important highlights regarding business process re-engineering. Next one, TQM. What do you mean TQM? Total quality management is defined as a customer-oriented process and aim for continuous improvement of business operations. It ensures that all allied works, particularly work of employees, are toward the common goal of improving product quality or service quality, as well as enhancing the production process or process of rendering service. The key principles of total quality management, PDCA, plan, do, check, act. P means the plan, drive and direct, deploy, support, review, actively recognize and communicate. Employee empowerment, training, excellence team, measurement, recognition, super suggestion scheme. Last one on the continuous improvement, systematic management, measurement, excellence team, process, cross-functional process management, like that. These are the important highlights regarding what are the essential requirements of successful implementation of the total quality management. Number one, commitment. Number two, culture. Number three, continuous improvement. Number four, the customer focus. Number five, the control. Commitment means what are the essential for the successful implementation of the total quality management. Commitment, quality improvement must be everyone's job in the organization. Number two, culture. There should be proper training to effect the changes in the attitude and the culture. Continuous recognize improvement as a continuous process and not made by one person. Customer for perfection is a service with zero defects and full satisfaction to the end user. For example, control, ensure monitoring and control checks for any deviations from the intended course of the implementation, plan to check, etc. So these are the important highlights regarding what it means that TQM, total quality management, what are the important principles of TQM, and also taking and also discussion regarding essential requirements for the successful implementation of the total quality management. So the last topic of the 5th unit, what is benchmarking? Benchmarking is a process where you measure your company's success against other similar companies to discover if there is a gap in performance that can be closed by improving your performance. Studying other companies can highlight what it takes to enhance your company's efficiency and become a bigger player in your industry. அதாவது ஒரே மாதிரியான வியாபாரம் பண்ணக்கூடிய நிறுவனங்கள் ஒரு நிறுவனத்தை காட்டிலும் மற்ற நிறுவனம் எந்த அடிப்படையில் சிறந்ததாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லக்கூடியது நம்ம என்ன பண்றோம், பெஞ்ச் மார்க்கெட் அப்படிங்கிறோம். பெஞ்ச் மார்க்கெட்ஸ் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் பாயிண்ட் that you use to compare your performance against the performance of others. Your performance against the performance of others. These bench markets can be comparing processes, products, or operations, and the comparison can be against other parts of the business like that. These are the important highlights regarding what do you mean that bench marketing. What are the different types of bench marketing? Internal bench marketing, external bench marketing. Internal bench marketing compares performance, processes, and practices against other parts of the business. For example, different teams, business units, groups, even or individuals like that. But external benchmark sometimes described as competitive benchmarking compares business performance against other companies. Often these external companies are bees or competitors, but that it not always the case. For example, you can use benchmarking to your performance, compare to performance, process and practice across the different industries like that. What are the uses of benchmarking? Process benchmarking, strategic benchmarking, performance benchmarking. That's all. So these are the important highlights regarding uh, benchmarking. That's all. Dear students, I have covered all the 5 units. Yes, thank you. Wish you all the best. All are get mark from all the subjects. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sir, write up a class, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Listen.
ஆமா, இன்னும் வரல அவங்க. ஜெனிட்டா வரல. யார் ஜெனிட்டா வரலையே? இது எம்சிஏ பசங்க சட்டமா வந்துருவாங்க, ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. எம்சிஏ வந்துருவாங்க. ஆமா. சொல்லுங்க. நான் இருக்கேன், 4 மணி வரைக்கும். இப்ப 5 மணி தான் கிளம்புவேன். ஏன்னா நீங்க கான்வெகேஷன் நடக்கிறதுனால இப்ப எனி டைம் தான் போறதுக்கு ஒரு அப்டேஷன் வந்திருக்கு. இப்ப இன்விடேஷன் உடனே போடணும்ட்டு. ஆனால் 5 o'clock தான் கிளம்புவேன். ஓகே ஓகே. இல்லை நான் டவுன் பண்ணிட்டா கூட உங்களுக்கு கண்டினியூ ஆகும். ஆமாம்மா. அதுக்கு நான் ரெக்கார்டிங் வேணா கட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ரெக்கார்டிங் தேவையில்லாது. ரெக்கார்டை கட் பண்ணிட்டு நான் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுறேன், நீங்கள் கண்டினியூ பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஓகே ஓகே. லாஸ்ட் எக்ஸாம் என்னாச்சு? கரெக்டாக வந்துடும். என்ன அது உண்மைதான்.
சார் குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன்.
குட் ஆஃப்டர்நூன். ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க மேடம்.
ஆரம்பிச்சலாம். ஓகே சார்.
ஓகே.
சார் ஸ்லைட் விசிபிளா இருக்கா?
எஸ் மேடம்.
ஓகே. நான் சேஞ்ச் ஆகுதுல சார்?
பக்காவா போகுது.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, students. I'm happy to see you all again in this online platform. In this semester, I'm handling OB for you, and we are at the last class in today. I hope that you people are very well understood about the core concepts of OB now. So in the previous classes, we have seen about the core concepts, theories, models, which are in the OB, okay? So we have seen the how far this OB is making importance in the management. So being managers of future managers, or you people have to know how to analyze the behavior of an individual who is working along with you and along with your colleagues, okay? You people have to understand the behavior of each and every individual who are around you, okay? So this is the aim of giving you this paper. So we have seen all these concepts like nature of OB, key elements of OB, scope of OB, some sort of limitations of OB, then models which are in OB. Then we have seen about disciplines which are contributing to the field of OB. So apart from psychological concepts, there are some disciplines which are contributing to the field of OB. So we have seen all those things in the previous classes, and this question may be asked in your 10 marks. Then we have in your second unit, we have seen about the psychological concepts like personality, perception, motivation, all those things. Okay, see all these this personality, perception, learning, attitudes, motivations comes under psychological concepts. So you have seen all these concepts in the previous classes itself. So as I said you that perception is how a human being is thinking, or how a human being is viewing a particular situation or a particular incident, okay? So that we call it as a perception. And later on we have seen about the process of perception, what sort of process is being involved in the perceptual activity. Then we have seen about the learning concept. In that we have seen about a theory called classical conditioning theory. Then after that we have seen about intergroup behavior. Then in unit 3 we are discussing about group dynamics concept. So in that you people came to know about the definition of group, then the types of group in it. So we have two types of groups. One is formal group and another one is informal group. So even in this groups, there is formal and informal groups. We have some differences in that. So we have seen those differences. Then after that we have seen about group norms. As I said you that norms are nothing but the set of rules and regulations which are prevailing in the group. So that we call it as a group norms. We have seen about that. In that group norms we have two types of group norms, that is behavioral norms and work norms. After that we have seen about group cohesiveness, that is the degree to which the members are attracted to each other and how far they are motivated to stay in that group. So that we call it as group cohesiveness. Then we have seen about the factors also which are influencing this group attractiveness. So we have seen those factors. And we have seen some factors which will improve that attractiveness, and some factors which will decrease the attractiveness. All those things we have seen in the previous classes itself. Then we have seen about this group decision making process, and we have seen this differences between this individual decision making process and group decision making process. Then there we have seen about the steps or the stages which are involved in the decision making process. And even in this group decision making process, we have some sort of advantages and some sort of disadvantages. We have seen about all these in the previous classes itself. Then in the last class, we have started your unit 4. In that unit 4, you people came to know about motivation, morale, leadership style, approaches, then power and authority. All these things we have seen in the last class itself. See, the motivation is the concept which is very much important in the organizational behavior. Why I'm stressing this motivation as an important thing is, since each and every individual may be getting lagged or stuck up in any issue. In that time, there requires some additional or artificial drive from others or from our internal side itself. So that drive we call it as a motivation. Without that strike or drive, we cannot move that particular situation. So each and every individual needs this motivation. It starts from the beginning itself. This motivation concept is not a concept which is meant for employees or to that particular. It's not like that. Okay, motivation is a concept which starts from kids itself. Even if we want to walk, we need some motivation. That sort of motivation was given from our parents' side. So we need this kind of motivation for our day-to-day life in each scenario. Maybe the scenario differs, but this motivation concept is being adapted by us in each and every scenario. So motivation, we can define the motivation as a driving force within individual by which they attempt to achieve some common goal in order to fulfill some needs. So for achieving the common goal, that goal can be anything. For achieving any goal which you have desired, for achieving that you need some striking force or driving force. That striking or driving force, we call it as a motivation. So this striking force or driving force can be obtained from ourselves. That is from internally we can get, and also from externally we can also get. Okay, so in the organizational scenario, this motivation can be done in two ways. That is, one we call it as monetary motivation, another one we call it as non-monetary motivation. So using money, if an employer wants to motivate you, we call it as a monetary motivation. And if the employer wants to motivate you with apart from money, that is like giving insurances, like giving employee welfare, like giving loans, medical insurance, like that. So all these things are apart from money. It is not dealing with giving with money. It is apart from the money. So only we are calling another type of motivation as a non-monetary motivation. Okay. Then we have seen how far this motivation is being. That is, this motivation is a concept which is complex in nature. Okay, it is not a simple thing. We cannot say that this motivation can be happened in a single stage, or this motivation can happen at a particular sort of life stage. Each and every stages, each and every process, each and everything, we need motivation. So only we are calling motivation as a complex process. It's not a simple process. We cannot motivate an individual easily. It is a difficult process. So for motivating, we need a lot of tactics. Okay, so only we are calling motivation as a complex one. And second one, as we seen that this motivation comes under psychological. It is not physiological, it is psychological, which is related to our mind. This is a concept which is not for our body, or it is a concept which is for our mind. So only we are calling this motivation as a psychological concept. It is physical in nature. Then it differs from each and every human being. So we cannot say that particular factor will motivate all the human being. That factor may differ from each and every individual. Some employees may in need of money. That type of employees may maybe get motivated when they are provided with this monetary benefits, and some employees may get motivated when they are provided with the non-monetary benefits, like promotion, as I said you, that giving insurances to their family members, giving a loan to their family members, taking care of their kids, giving accommodation, like those. So we call all those as a non-monetary benefit. So some employees maybe get motivated when they are recognized, when they are promoted, when they are. So these are the things which will motivate the employee, and those things are not related to the money. It is something apart from the money. So only we are saying that motivational factor is unique, and motivational factor is differ from one person to another person. Then it is a sensitive concept, and we cannot understand fully. We cannot say that I have talked with a particular person for 2 hours, and so that particular person was motivated. I cannot say. Even if I want to motivate my students, I can give a lecture for 2 hours or 3 hours, but the end result depends upon that particular student. Okay, so we cannot say that to this degree or to this extent the student is getting motivated. So we cannot expect, or we cannot understand this concept fully. Then we have seen about the qualities of motivation. So in the qualities, we said that this motivation is a concept which will energize the individual. Okay, then this is the concept which will direct the behavior of an individual. Then this is the concept which persists, which is being exhibited in the towards the goal. So this is the concept which will last till as long as life exists. Okay, then this is an concept which exists in varying detail. So these are considered to be the qualities of motivation. Then we have seen about this motivational process. That is, this process consists of 3 actions. That is, energizing action, directing action, and persistent action. So as I said you that energy is a measure of intensity or drive. Direction is towards that particular goal, and persistence is how long that man is being motivated. So this is the entire process of motivation. We have seen about 6 C's of motivation. We can say that these 6 are considered to be the elements of motivation. With these 6 C's only, we can motivate a individual or a group. So what are all those C's? Means challenges, control, consequences, choices, collaboration, and constructive. These 6 C's are considered to be the motivating factor for an individual or for a group. Even if we want to motivate a group, we are in need of these 6 C's. Okay. Then basic model of motivation. This is considered to be the basic model. That is, after finding the needs and expectations of an individual or a goal, then using a particular drive. That drive may be in behavior or in action. Using that drive, how an individual or a group is being motivated, and the end result, that is a desired goal, is being achieved. This is the entire process of motivation. And we have seen about the theories of motivation. There are some theories which emphasizes about how to motivate an individual. So those theories are Maslow-Neek theory, McGregor theory, that is theory of X and Y, then Herbert's 2-factor theory. These theory focused about, or these theory insisted about how to motivate an individual, whereas the rest of the theories or related about the process of motivation. So these three social psychologists focused and studied about how to motivate an individual. We are just classifying the theories, motivational theories, in two scenarios. One is how an individual is being motivated, and what is the entire process of motivation. This is how we can classify the theories of motivation. So this Maslow need of hierarchy, McGregor theory of X and Y, Herbert's two-factor theory is related to how an individual is being motivated. Okay, this Maslow, first we have seen about this Maslow. This Maslow is studied about the needs of an individual. So this Maslow has just classified the needs as an hierarchy. He has just classified the needs as two types, as two categories. There is one is lower end needs, and another one is higher order needs. Yeah, he has just classifying this psychological and social needs as a lower end need, whereas the rest of the three things as a higher end need. The core concept of this Maslow is when the needs of an individual is being fulfilled, he will get motivated. This is the core concept of this Maslow. So if an individual wants to be motivated, or if a group wants to get motivated, these needs should get fulfilled. This is the core concept of this Maslow needs of hierarchical theory. Then we have seen about this McGregor theory, that is theory of X and theory of Y. So this is he is also a social psychologist. He has just studied how this organization is motivating their employees. He has just segregated the organization as two categories. That is the organization which is self-disciplined, and the organization which is which is highly showing commitment towards the organization, which has high job satisfaction and which has high morale towards the organization. This is one type of organization, and rest is the organization which is which doesn't have any commitment, or doesn't have any satisfaction, which shows low morale. This is the other type of organization. He has just classified the organization into two, and he has formulated this X and Y theory. Okay, so the organization which is having less job commitment, and the organization which is having low morale, the organization which is having employees with distasteful interest towards the organization, can adopt this theory X. Okay, so this theory X is meant for the organization which is having these salient features. So what is the theory is quoting us? This type of organization can motivate their employees using two tactics, that is strategies. One is a reward, another one is punishment. If they work in a better manner, if they achieve the common goal, if they give their productivity, they can be awarded. And in the next scenario, if they didn't work properly, if they didn't give their best out of it, or if they didn't work for the productivity of the organization, means surely they will be punished. Okay, so this is the theory which is given by McGregor. So the organization which is having this kind of employees who are having less commitment can adopt this theory, and and parallelly, this theory wise is meant for the organization who's having self-disciplined, self-motivated, highly committed, and highly satisfied, and having high morale ratio. So the organization, this kind of organization can adapt theory Y. Okay, so this is the concept given by McGregor. Then we have one more theory called this. Wait, I'll show you. This Herbert's hygienic factor. This is the one. Herbert's hygiene theory. Okay, so this Herbert's is also a social psychologist. who had done his study about the concept called motivation. What he has studied in his researches, he has found two factors which are prevailing in an organization for motivating the employees. He has just classified those factors into two. One it is hygiene factor, and another one is motivation factor. He has just classified the factors. So when an organization is concentrating on these two, that is this hygiene factor and motivation factor, ultimately the employees will be get motivated. Okay, so the hygiene factors or the factors which are influencing from outer side, that is from extrinsic, whereas this motivating is the factor which is internal and is inside the human being or a group. So we call that factor as a psychological factor. Okay, so we can say that this hygiene factor is in company policy, supervision, interpersonal relationship, working conditions, salary, status, security. All these are considered to be the hygienic factor, and the company who's concentrating towards these hygienic factors can achieve job satisfaction. And if the company fails to concentrate on these factors, the company will have highly dissatisfied employees. So these are the factors to be considered while thinking about this job satisfaction. So the manager or the HR manager who wants to motivate or who wants to get satisfied employees should concentrate these hygiene factors. And also we have seen about one more factor called the motivation factor. So the motivation factor is promotion, responsibility, achievement, advancement, growth. All these are considered to be promotional factors. So in a nutshell, we can say that this hygiene factor and motivation factor is necessary for an organization to get highly motivated, highly committed, highly satisfied employees. So this is the thing which Herberts has explained in his theory. Okay. Then we have rest of the theories. So we have seen about this differences also, how these theories are being differentiated. And then we have seen about the concept called employee morale. So we can say that employee morale is a spirit which an individual, that is an employee or a group, is having towards an organization. That we can say it as an employee morale. Okay, it is an attitude, satisfaction, and overall outlook of the employees during the association with the employees. Literally, we can say that it is a spirit which an employee is having towards their organization. We can say that the employee who is having high morale will be a satisfied and motivated employee, and the employee who is having lower morale will be dissatisfied and demotivated employee. So for achieving this employee morale, this organization has to focus on these hygiene factors and also the motivational factors. Okay, so this is the thing we have seen in the last class itself. Then we have seen about the importance of morale. Then we have seen the 6 significant factors, that is the factors which has high influence towards the morale. So if an organization wants to have a high morale rate, they have to concentrate on these things, that is remote work-life balance, tools and systems, leadership, the nature of work, training and development opportunities, workplace culture. So these are the factors to be considered for increasing the employee morale. Then we have seen about the tips. So we can say that this is a tips or proven method for boosting the employee morale. How far we can boost our employees. So these are the tips which we have seen in the last class itself. Then we have seen about concept called leadership. So leadership, how we can define leadership? Leadership can be defined as the ability of the management to make sound decision. So we can say that leadership is the skill or ability to make a sound decision, that is to make a better decision in a prompt time. So that we can say as a leadership. And it is a process of directing the behavior of others towards achieving a common goal. Okay, so this this skill or ability we can call it as a leadership. Then we have seen all these slides in the last class itself. Then I have explained you about the differences between the boss and the leader. The person who is considering himself as a team member, we call it as a leader, and the person who consider himself as an individual and team as a separate individual, we can call that person as a boss. Okay, the attitude differs. The attitude of a person who is having team spirit, we call it as a leader. The attitude of a man who is not having that team spirit, we call them as a boss. Okay, so this is the difference we have seen between this boss and the leader. Then we have seen some sort of some styles over there among the managers. Okay, the managers may adapt these 4 styles. So we have autocratic leader, we have team leader, we have benevolent leader, we have laissez-faire leader. So we have seen all these things in the last class. On a nutshell, we can say that the leadership style will be based on the scenario. We cannot say this type of leadership style will give a high productivity and this type of leadership style will give low productivity. We cannot give assurance. Okay, so this style depends upon the scenario and the situation and the organizational type. So we have seen all these things in the last class. So we have seen this research, that is the one who is following theory L, that is laissez-faire, will have very low productivity, whereas the one who is following theory X will have job stress, low satisfaction, union form. Whereas the manager who is following theory Y will have low achievement and good people leave. Whereas the theory Z will have high productivity, cooperation, low turnover, and employee commitment. These are the results of different leadership style. That is the results of 4 leadership style. Then we have seen how to choose leadership style. As I said you that the leadership style is not a fixed one or framed one. We cannot say that this sort of style will work out and this sort of style will not work out. We cannot give that assurance. So based on the situation, circumstances, scenario, the nature of work, the leadership style will be different. Okay. Then how to change the leadership style. Then we have seen theories of leadership style, and we have seen what sort of factors are affecting the leadership style. Then skills of an effective leader. So if a leader wants to be considered as an effective leader, he must have this following skills. Then we can call a person as a good leader if he communicate clear, if he can lead by example, if he can make the decision in a prompt time, if he can measure and reward the performance, if he can provide continuous feedback, we call them as a good leader. Okay, so for being a good leader, you people have to follow these things. Then we have seen about this one more concept called power and authority. Power is an entity or an individual ability. So power is a concept which is for an individual, whereas authority is a concept which we get from the outside, that is extrinsic. Then we have seen about this differences. Then we have seen this types of power. The French and Reven in 1959 has classified the powers. See, these are the 5 powers which are in the organization. Even the power which are in organization is being differentiated on some criteria. So this 2 social psychologists, this French and Reven has classified these 5 powers has identified this 5 power and classified this 5 power into 2 category, that is formal power and personal power. So the formal power, we can say coercive power, reward power, and legitimate power. Whereas this personal power, we have expert power and referent power. All these things we have seen in the last class itself. Okay, and now we have to move on to your unit 5. Okay, so in your unit 5 you have concepts which are being used practically in the day-to-day organization. See, the rest of the 4 concepts are 4 concepts which we cannot framed, or which we cannot see it as a practical manner, whereas this unit 5 concepts are being followed or being seen in an organization in a day-to-day manner. So in your unit 5 you have management of change, conflict management, organization health and development, and management of culture, cross culture management. These are the concepts which you have in your unit 5. So let's start with management of change. This we can call it as MOC. Okay, management of change, or we can call it as change management. So change management is defined as the methods and manners in which a company describes and implements change within both its internal and external. So literally we can define this change management as changing process which is being happened from the side of employee. So we cannot going to change the organizational structure, that is the physical structure. We cannot say it as a change management. We are just, if the changes are being carried out in the side of employees, we can say it as a change management. It is a method and manners in which a company describes and implements change within both internal and external. So the changes which are being happen both internal and external within the company, we can call it as a change management. Then this is a concept which includes preparing and supporting the employees, establishing the necessary steps for change, and monitoring pre and post change activities to ensure successful implementation. Okay, so changes, this change is a term which has a long long meaning. We cannot say that changes will be happen at a particular stage, and changes will not be happen at a particular stage. While running an organization, while running a business, there is a reason for there is a reason to have changes. So when the reasons are there, when there is a purpose, when there is a need to have some changes, that we have to do the changes. Okay, so this change concept is a day-to-day one. We cannot say that it is meant for a particular stage and for another particular stage. So when the problems arise, when the situation needs some changes, when the method needs some changes, when the technology is being updated, this change management should be done in an organization. Okay, so the change management is the method and the manners how changes have been carried out, both external and internal process. Then forces of change, we can say that forces may be as a need or expectation or reason. Okay, so we can classify this forces into 2, that is external force for change and internal forces for change. If the forces, that is a need arises from external, that is outside of the organization, we can call it as an external force. And if the reason is from internal, that is inside of an or intrinsic, means we can call it as an internal forces for change. Then I have given you some example, that is demographic characteristics, technological advancement, customer and market changes. See, this customer and market changes only is considered to be an important factor for this change management. So when there is need, when there arises a need from the customer side, the management obviously should do some changes. Okay, so when the customer side and from the market side the changes are being happen, ultimately it reflects in the changes in the organization. Then when there is technical advancement, when there is technical updation, that makes a reason for this change management. Then social and political powers. See, this social and political power is unavoidable. We cannot avoid these two factors. This is a factor which is uncontrollable. So during these two reasons, there is social and political pressure, the organization has to do some changes in their organization. So these four, this demographic, technological, customer and market changes, social and political pressure comes from outer side, that is the external side, this is from environment. So only we call it as an external forces. Then internal forces, these four are considered to be the internal forces, that is the reason or factors which thinks about the changes in an organization, that is from inside of the organization. What are all those factors? Low job satisfaction, low productivity, conflict, that is issues, strikes. All these things only makes a reason to have changes in an organization. Then this change concept was explained by Levin. This change concept, he has given. He's also a social psychologist. He has given a model for us. What is that model? He has emphasizes on 3 stages. So during this change process, we have usually the organization will be for crossing these 3 stages, that is unfreezing, then changing, and the next one is refreezing. So in unfreezing stage, their focus is to create the motivation to change, begin by disconfirming the usefulness or appropriateness of the employees' present behavior or attitude. That is the stage. There is a earlier stage. Unfreezing stage is an earlier stage where an organization should create the motivation about the changes. They should trigger the employees to get motivated. So that is considered to be the beginning stage in the change process. Then second one is changing process. So what sort of changes they want to do can be implemented in this stage. So in that stage, they will be providing employees with the new information, new behavioral model, new process or procedure, new equipment, new technology, or new ways of getting the job done. So this is the stage where the organization will be implementing the particular change. So it can be a technology updation, or it can be a new procedure, or it can be a new model, anything. Okay, so new information. What else they want to do the changes, they will be getting implemented. That is the second stage. Change can be aimed at improvement or growth, or it can focus on solving problems such as poor customer service or low productivity. Okay. Then the last stage is change, that is a refreezing stage. Refreezing means changes is stabilized by helping the employees integrated. So this is the stage where the changes has been adapted by the employees. Okay, so this is the third final stage in the change process, giving employees the chance to exhibit new behavior, which are then reinforced. So this is the model which is given by Levin. So in this model, you have 3 stages, that is unfreezing, changing, and refreezing. So this is considered to be the best model for the change management. Then target elements of change. we have some elements for a change, that is organizational arrangement, social factor, method, and people. These are the elements which will show changes in an organization. Then this is the model. So see, the inputs are being adapted from or being derived from mission, vision statement, internal strength and weakness of an organization, external opportunities, and strength. Then after getting the inputs from these areas, they'll be they'll be doing the strategic planning, and after that they'll be doing changes in that particular area where they want to do the changes. Okay, then as a result, they will be saying the result in the outputs. So that outputs can be in organization level, maybe in a department level, or in a group level, or it can be in the individual level. So they are going to check it out, or they are going to check how far the changes has been done in an organizational level, or how far the changes has been done in the department level, or how far the changes has been done in the group level and in the individual level. So this is the core process of this change management process. And then steps to leading organizational change. So these are the steps for an organizational change. That is, first step is establish a sense of urgency. So this is the stage where an organization will be thinking about the need of the change. So they'll be thinking about establishing the particular changes in their organization. Then second stage is create the guiding coalition. Third stage is develop a vision and strategy for a particular change. Then fourth one is communicate the change vision. Then fifth one is empower broad-based action. And in the sixth step is generate short-term wins. Then seventh step is consolidate gains and produce more changes. And eighth step, that is the last one, is anchor new approaches in the culture. So these are the steps which are being taken in the organizational changes. Okay, so if organization wants to change, do some changes in their organization, they have to follow these steps. Then organizational development process. This is the slide which will explain you about the OD process, that is organizational development process. Okay, so in this process, if an organization wants to show development, they have to cross these three stages or three steps. One is diagnosis, second one is intervention, and third one is evaluation, and the last one is getting feedback. So the OD process starts from what is the problem and what is the cause for a problem, and it ends from getting the feedback. So this is the OD process. It involves what sort of problem it is, and it involves what is the process for that particular problem. Then what can be done to solve the particular problem. That we call it as an intervention one. First one is finding out the problem and finding out the causative agent for that particular problem. And second one is what can be done to the particular problem. So after finding the problem, the organization should think about how to solve the particular problem. Then evaluation process is the intervention is working out. Then after that they are going to get the feedback. That is what does the evaluation suggest about the diagnosis and effectiveness of how the intervention was implemented. Okay, this process, this 4 stages, we call it as an OD process. Then why people resist change in the workplace? Why is some people won't adapt for the particular change? So resistance, they'll be very stubborn in that thing. They won't change at all. Even the organization wants to do some changes in the behavior of the individual also. Some people won't some people won't adapt to have that particular changes. So what things makes people to resist change in the workplace? So the main thing for resisting to change is emotional or behavioral response to real or imaged work changes. The main reason for being stubborn for not adapting the changes, emotional and behavioral response of an individual. Okay. Then why people resist change in the workplace, an individual predisposition towards the change, surprise and fear of the unknown, fear of failure, loss of status or job security, peer pressure, and past success. So these are the things which makes the employee to resist the change in the workplaces. Then disruption of cultural traditions and on group relationships, personal conflicts, lack of tact or poor timing, leadership style, failure to legitimize the change. These are the reasons why people are resisting towards the change in their workplace. Then a manager should know how to overcome this resistance to change. So, as I said, some people will be very stubborn in that in their behavior. They won't do, or they won't show any changes in their behavior. Even the organization wants to do some changes. Some employees or some individual will resist to that particular changes. In that scenario, what a manager can do is they can adapt these 6 strategies. They can adapt any one of the 6 strategies. So this is also this can also be asked in your 10 marks. See, these are the strategies which an organization can adapt to overcome the resistance to change. So first approach is education plus communication. So what an organization can do, what a manager can do to overcome this resistance to changes, they can educate about the particular change, and also they can communicate well to their employees about the particular change. Okay. So this can have this approach, this education and communication approach can be adapted when there is a lack of information or inaccurate information and analysis. See, the employees who are not educated well, who are not communicated well, will be very stubborn to change. Okay? So in that scenario, what a manager can do is they can educate about that particular changes, and they can communicate that particular thing in a well defined manner. So in that case, when everything was cleared, the employees will show changes in their will adapt those changes in the organization. So first approach which a manager can follow is education and communication. So if a manager is adapting this education and communication approach, they can see some advantages. That is, once persuaded, people will often help with the implementation of the change. That is, if an employee is being educated about the particular change, and if the employee is being communicated about the particular change, they can easily adapt to that particular change, and they will also help the rest of the employees to adapt to have that to adapt that particular change. So that is the considered to be the advantages of of this education plus communication approach. Okay, so one among the strategy is education and communication approach. This can be used by the manager or an organization. So when there is a problem in adapting a particular change, the manager can use this approach, that is education and communication. So educating about the change and also communicating well about the particular change. This approach also has some drawbacks. Let's see what are those drawbacks. Can be very time consuming if lots of people are involved. So this approach, this education and communication approach, consumes lots of time.
This is the approach where we are educating the employees about the changes, where we are communicating the employee about the changes. So if there is many employees, we cannot go and sit with them, and we cannot go and educate those employees. This is the main drawback of this approach. This is education and communication approach. This is the approach which will consume lot of time. So time is considered to be the major constraint in this approach, education and communication. Then the second strategy for overcoming the resistance to change is participation and involvement. Okay, so participation and involvement, this approach can be adapted, and this is commonly used in situation where the initiators do not have all the information they need to design the change, and where others have considerable power to resist. So in this participation and involvement can be used by the organization when the initiators do not have all the information they have. Okay, so then what else they want should be informed to the initiators. So what sort of informations are required should be informed to the initiators. In that case, this participation and involvement approach can be used. Okay, the main advantage of this participation and involvement strategy is people who participated will be committed to implementing change, and any relevant information they have will be integrated into the change plan. This is considered to be the advantages of this participation and involvement approach. Like communication and education approach, this participation and involvement approach also has some drawbacks. That is, it can be a very time consuming if participators design an inappropriate change. Like education and communication approach, this participation and involvement approach also consumes more time. Then third approach is facilitation and support. This facilitation and support is a strategy which is adopted by the managers where people are resisting because of adjustment problem. If the changes is because of adjustment problem, if the changes or if the resistance to change is because of the adjustments or adjustments problem, they can have this facilitation and support approach. The main advantage of this facilitation and support approach is no other approach works as well with the adjustment problems. Then this facilitation and support strategy also consumes more time, and it is expensive too, and it also shows failure. Okay, so this facilitation and support has some drawbacks. That is time consuming, expensive, and it can have a failure rate. These are considered to be the drawbacks of facilitation and support approach. Then fourth one is negotiation and agreement. This is the approach where someone or some group will clearly lose out in a change, and where that group has considerable power to resist. Okay, this can be used when someone or some group will clearly lose out in the change, and where that group has considerable power to resist. So in that scenario, this negotiation and agreement approach can be adapted. Then regarding this negotiation and agreement, we have advantages like sometimes it is a relatively easy way to avoid major resistance. It is also considered to be the easy way, but like the previous approaches, this negotiation and agreement approach is also expensive. Okay, so it is also expensive, so that is considered as a drawback for this negotiation and agreement approach. Then fifth approach is manipulation and cooperation. Okay, this is the approach where
other practices will not work or too expensive. If the rest of the approaches like education and communication, participation and involvement, facilitation and support, negotiation and agreement fails, this approach can be used. That is manipulation and cooptation. Okay, it has some advantages. That is, it can be relatively quick and inexpensive solution to the resistance problem. It is a faster solving approach. Then it has some drawbacks, that is disadvantages. That is, it can lead to future problems if people feel manipulated. Okay, if the employees or the group of people feels that if they feels that they are manipulated, means this approach will be considered as a failure one. Then last approach, that is explicit and implicit coercion. This is the approach which is adapted by the management where speed is essential and where speed is essential. So this is the approach where the organization needs an speed solution. Okay, in that scenario, they can adapt this explicit and implicit coercion. That while seeing the advantages, it is a speedy and can overcome any kind of changes. Then regarding this drawback, it can be risky. This risky if it leaves problem hungry at the initiators. So these are the 6 strategies for overcoming the resistance to change. These can be adapted by an organization where they face this resistance to change problem. When they want to do changes in the organization, when they want to do changes in the employees, there occurs some problems, and that problem we call it as resistance to change, that can be overcome by these 6 strategies. Okay. Then organizational conflict. Conflict is nothing but problems arises during conflict arises in an organizational, that we call it as an organizational conflict. When there is differences of opinion, this conflict arises. So when usually we all know that problem arises because of the differences of opinion. Okay, this is considered to be the main reason for a problem, that is conflict. And when the conflict arises at an organizational level, we call it as an organizational conflict. Now, how we can define this organizational conflict? It is a process that occurs when a person or group believes that other have or will take action that is at odds with their own goals and interests. Okay, so this is a reason why this conflict arises. So the main reason for this organizational conflict is differences of opinion. Okay, then this organizational shows some sources are there for so see the reasons. We can say the sources as reasons. These are 4 are considered to be the reasons for problems in an organization. Once again, I'm telling conflict is a problem. Okay, so these are considered to be the reasons for organizational conflict. That is group identification, differences in power and power, status and culture, competition over scarce resources, and ambiguous nature. So this 4 are considered. These 4 are the reasons for an organizational conflict. When there is problem in an organization, the reasons are maybe these 4. Okay, this group identification, differences in power, status, culture, then ambiguity and competition over the scarce resources. This may be the reason for the organizational conflict. Then interpersonal causes of conflict. So apart from that 4 reasons, some interpersonal causes are there for conflict. One is faculty attribution, faculty communication, personal characteristics, competitive reward system. So the reason for problems, apart from those four reasons, one is faculty attribution, second one is faculty communication, third one is personal characteristics, and last one is competitive reward system. Okay, these are considered to be the reasons for conflict problems in an organization. Then cost and benefits of conflict. So regarding cost of conflict, it is a negative emotion and stress. Okay, the main reason for this conflict is negative emotion and stress. Then because of this conflict, we will have some stereotypes over a particular people or a group. Then faculty decision making. So these are the cost of conflict. Whereas benefits of conflict, discussion of problem, basis for change, increase in motivation and loyalty. Even even this conflict is considered to be the negative sign. It has also have some benefits. Okay, when there is a problem, damn sure there will be a reason, or there will be an solution for that particular problem. So that problem is also, and that problem is also the problem can also create changes in the organization. Because of a particular problem, some changes can be happen in an organizational level. So benefits of conflict is discussion of problem, basis for change, increase in motivation and loyalty. Okay, so these are the cost and benefits of conflict. That is benefits of problem. Then managing conflict. How this conflict can be managed in an organization. So there are some, we can call these as strategies or tips or anything. Okay, the proven methods or anything. By following these strategies, an organization can overcome this conflict. Usually, when two or more people gather together in a particular place, there arises conflict. We all agree in this point. So when an organization, so obviously the organization consists of n number of employees. So we cannot avoid this conflict. So conflict cannot be avoided since the organization is dealing with the human being. So this thing should be managed. See, we cannot say that conflict can be removed from the organization. We can somehow manage the conflict in an organization. So what sort of strategies can be adopted by an organization means they can do bargaining and negotiation. That is the process in which the parties in the dispute make offers and counter offers. So when there is conflict between two person or between the employee and employer, they can come and sit for the negotiation process. They can bargain for what they want. So there may be a reason for that particular dispute that can be sorted out when they sit together and when they talk together. So that is the thing can decrease this conflict, and that is the thing can manage the conflict. That is, they can do bargaining and negotiation. If the employee wants certain things and the employer cannot provide those things, can also be bargained to some extent. So this bargaining and negotiation can create a better way in solving the particular dispute. Okay. Then second one is mediation and arbitration. That is through third party intervention. By using the third party, that is you see, in dispute there will be two persons. Apart from the two persons, they can appoint some arbitrators, mediators, and those third party persons can sit and they can they can bargain or they can negotiate with that that particular party, and they can get what they want for their party. Okay, so apart from the two persons who are in the problem, the third party, that is those persons can be called as a mediator or arbitrator. They can sit for the negotiation or they can do anything. So for solving that dispute, third party will be allotted, or third party can intervene, can do or can solve, can work for that conflict or can work for that particular dispute. Okay, so that is also one process to manage the conflict, that is mediation and arbitration. Then superordinate goals, that is commonality is seen in goals and the solution is greater than the either party's initial goals. Okay, then aspects of bargaining, why for this bargaining is being carried out, for framing the issue, that is task orientation, emotional orientation, cooperative orientation. This is the reason for doing this bargaining process. Then as a result of bargaining process, see, there will be two results in the bargaining process, that is win-lose situation, win-win situation. That is, when win-lose situation, one party will be considered, one party will get what they want and one party will lose. Okay, so that is the situation what we call it as an win-lose situation. Whereas this bargaining also has one more result, that is win-win situation. So this is the situation where both the parties will be winning. Okay, so this is the result of the bargaining. Then stress, because of this conflict, all those changes pattern, changing pattern in an organization level will have a psychological effect among the employees, that we call it as a stress. Okay, the stress is a pattern of behavioral, emotional and physiological reactions that occur in response to demanding the events. Okay. So stressor is nothing but the causative agent which causes stress. So the factors which causes stress is called as a stressor. Okay, so that factor can be anything. It can be from external side or from internal side. We ourselves can we ourselves can console ourselves, and we can also remove the stress. But if we cannot, we can also go for some counseling or like that. That is the factors which is getting from outer side for eradicating this stress. Okay, so anything that is the psychological imbalance. Okay, behavioral change, the pattern of behavioral, emotional and physiological reactions that occur in response to the stressor. Because of stressor, that is stress causing agent, we can face some changes in our behavioral, emotional and physiological, that we call it as a stress. Okay, process of stress, usually we cannot say that stress is meant for particular age. Right from 0 till our death, each and every individual have stress. The thing is how we are handling that particular stress. Okay, so this handling depends upon the attitude of an individual or attitude of a person. Okay, so this handling is a technique which we all people should know to overcome this stress, because stress is unavoidable. We cannot avoid stress at all. Each and everything will create stress for us. So we people have to know how to overcome that particular stress. If we didn't overcome that particular stress, it ultimately show changes in our physiological aspects. Okay, so we will be having some we'll be getting diseases out of stress. In today's scenario, the main reason for all sort of diseases, non-communicable diseases, is stress. Okay, so this much level the stress is having,
influence over our body. So we have to, we must know how to overcome all those stress. Mainly the stress, that is the stressor can be two. One is individual stress, that is it's because of our personal issues, and second factor is because of the organizational. Okay, so this is the process of stress because of the factors. Either it can be organizational or it can be individual. Ultimately, these two factors will end up stress in the particular human being or in the employee. As a result, when an employee is crossing stress, he will be having physiological symptoms, that is diseases, and also he'll be having psychological symptoms, and he'll be having behavioral symptoms. This is the process. Okay, because of that factor, each and every individual or employee will experience stress, and as a result of that particular stress, some symptoms will be exhibited in the human being or an employee. That is physiological symptoms. Physiological symptoms, we can say that they'll be having diseases. Okay, so like headache, high blood pressure, heart diseases. These are considered to be physiological symptoms. See, this headache, high blood pressure, heart disease is because of only stress. Then I mentioned you about the psychological symptom. So symptoms like anxiety, depression, burnout, all these will be result of this stress only. Okay. Then behavioral symptom, that is a behavioral symptom means productivity will be very low, or even they will quit off from that particular organization. All these are because of only stress. Okay, so these are the consequences of stress. If an employee is undergoing stress for a long time, he will be facing these three symptoms, that is physiological, psychological, and behavioral symptom. Then I just classified that stress factor. Stress factor is nothing but stressor. So we have seen in that previous process itself. See, in the left end we have organizational factor and individual factor. These two factors are considered to be the stress factor. So we can say that a demanding job, competing demands, role ambiguity, job responsibility, isolation, unpleasant working condition, all these we can get from the organization where we are working. So these are the factors which will make a person to have stress. Okay, apart from that organizational factor, the employee or the individual may get stress. It is because of the stressful life events, daily stress, personality, and perception. See, perception is the thinking form. Because of our overthinking also, we will be end up with stress. Because of overthinking, we people used to have we people will assume something, and we people will be end up in the stress. Okay, so these are the stress factor, that is organizational factor and individual factor. These are the factors which causes stress. So these stress factor we can call it as stressor. Then consequences of stress, we have seen it. Then manage stress. We people have to know how to manage our stress. As I said you that stress is unavoidable. We cannot avoid stress to any extent. We can simply, what we can do is we can manage the stress. We must know how to overcome that particular stress. Okay, so let me tell you some tips to overcome this individual stress and this organizational stress. When you feel, or when an employee feel that he is undergoing stress, he can do some modifications in the lifestyle. He can do some changes in the physiological level and cognitive level. Okay, so these three we can place it under personal approaches. These three can be done by an individual to himself or to herself itself. Okay, So by altering or changing the lifestyle pattern, physiological pattern and cognitive pattern, we can also somehow manage the stress. Okay. Then second approach is organizational approach. When we are undergoing stress for a prolonged time, what we can do is we can redesign our job nature or job structure. We can redesign our job structure. We can social support, then family and friendly policies, wellness and EAP programs. These things, these approaches can be done in the organizational level to manage the stress somehow. So if we don't manage the stress for a long time, it will surely end up ourselves in a drastic situation. We'll be having heart diseases. We will be having high blood pressure, everything. So see that our body is is considered to be an chemistry lab. What else we are giving as an input to our body, it will give output. Okay, so everything, our hormonal changes or our hormones or see, everything is because everything is being segregated in our body. It's because of the inputs which we are giving inside it. The hormones or the hormones solely depend upon the inputs which we are giving from the external side. So if we want to overcome the stress, if we want to manage the stress, if we want to avoid our physical issues, we have to know how to manage these stresses. Okay, so in that scenario, we can adapt any one of the approaches. If we are facing stress because of the personal factors, we can adapt these three approaches. And if we are facing stress because of the organizational factors, we can adapt these four approaches. Okay, this is how we can manage the stress. Then you have a concept called organizational culture and cross culture. This is the last topic in your fifth unit. So we can say that organizational culture is the culture which prevails among the organization. Each and every organization have a separate culture, because as a result of this globalization, a particular company will be having n number of branches all over the world. In that scenario, they must adapt to that particular culture where they are. Okay, so this understanding culture of the particular area itself is a complex problem. So after understanding the culture only, the organization can run their business. So this is the main thing for an organization. They must understand the culture where they are. They must understand the culture of their employees, and after that only they can frame separate organizational culture for that organization. See, organizational culture is an ideology and a set of values that guide the behavior of the organizational members. This organizational culture includes ceremonies, rituals, everything. Okay. Then it defines the content of what a new employee needs to learn to become an accepted member of an organization. Literally, we can say that the culture is the thing which exists in and around us. So if the culture which is existing in an organization, we can call it as an organizational culture. Then key aspects of organizational culture, that is sharing of values, structuring of experiences, different set of values. Although values differ, members of each groups can share a set of values. If you have traveled abroad, you have already experienced what it is like to enter a new and different and foreign culture. Okay. Then divides into multiple culture. Even see, this IBM is having 50 branches all over the world. Okay, so even you see in India, if the IBM wants to start a new branch in Chennai, they must know, and they must also in Bangalore, they must first know about the culture of the Bangalore, and after that they must frame a culture which is highly mentioned for that IBM corporate. And in that IBM corporate, even of they have a separate culture there, they can see the multiple subcultures in the department level, in the division level, in the operating locations, everywhere. Because in a particular branch itself, they have employees who are coming from different culture. So the organization should frame a culture which is readily adapted by all races of people. Okay. Then levels of organizational culture. We have two things, that is artifacts or physical characteristics, values, that is in use. See, levels of organizational culture. Artifacts is nothing but the behavior, language, architecture, attire, decor, that is then high visibility. Values, guides to behavior, are hard for newcomer to see but can learn them. In values, we have espoused values and in use values, that is what people say, that is espoused values, whereas in use values, what people do. Then basic assumptions like values, but often unconscious to veteran members. These are the levels of organizational culture. Then international aspects of organizational culture. Why an organization should concentrate about organizational culture. As a result of this globalization, the organizations are hiring the people from nook and corners of the world. When an employee enters into a particular organization, they must be easily adapted by the particular organization. Even though they are differ from that particular culture, they must be that particular culture which is framed inside that organization should be easily adapted by that particular employee. If when the employee fails to get adapted to the particular organizational culture, they cannot work with with their colleagues. That particular employee cannot show high morale to that organization. So everything will be collapsed when an employee is not being adapted to the particular organizational culture. Then international aspects of organizational culture. Multinational cultural diversity. See, this organizational culture is a concept which we all being focused only because of which is being focused by the social psychologists only because of the entering of this software, that is IT. When once the IT is being, that is software is being started to boom, they thought that makes them to think about this organizational culture. Before that, we don't give much importance to that organizational culture. After the entering of this IT field, we people start to think about this organizational culture. Then cross-cultural management. This is the last topic in your OB. See, cross-culture. Cross-culture management is nothing but as a study of management in cross-cultural context. I said you that this IBM itself is having 50 branches all over the world. So when the IBM wants to start their unit in Bangalore, they must know the culture which is being which is being existed in that particular Bangalore. And if they want to start an unit in Africa, they must know the culture of the Africans. So the organization which wants to do their business all over the world, they must know how to manage this cross-cultural issues. So when there is differences in the cultural aspects of an employee, there arises cross-cultural issues. Okay, so since the organization has many employees with many cultures, they must know how to manage that cultural issues problem. Then this cross-cultural management is the study of the influence of social culture on managers and management practice, as well as the study of cultural orientation of individual managers and organizational members. Then how far this cross-cultural management is being considered to be important is communicate effectively with the customers, suppliers, business associates, partners in other countries with foreign countries, contact negotiation and understand the nuances of beginning a posture of other parties in the negotiation, predict trends in social behavior likely to affect the firm's foreign operation, understand ethical standard and concepts of social responsibility in various countries, then predict how cultural differences will affect consumer reaction to advertisement and other promotion, foster relationship between union and employee association, understand local government policies and influence it for business promotion, understand how people interpret market research and other information. So this cross culture is considered to be very important for an organization who wants to run the business all over the world. Okay. Then problems of cross cultural communication. These problems are insufficient awareness of existence of differences, insufficient understanding, insufficient willingness, and insufficient level of abilities and skills. Okay. These are the problems of because of this cross-cultural issue. Then factors affecting cross-cultural communication. Language is considered to be the main factor. Then environment and technology, social organization and history, conception of authority, and non-verbal communication behavior. So these are the areas where an organization will be facing problems because of this cross-culture issue. Then Hofstede is a psychologist. Actually, he has proposed, he has studied this cross-culture in IBM. He's a psychologist. As I said you that this IBM is having 50 branches. This person, this Hofstede, has conducted study in 50 branches of IBM. There he has seen many things, and he has just classified those cross-culture issues in 6 dimensions. Six dimensions. So first he has framed 4 dimensions, and after that he has added 2 more dimensions in that cross-culture issue. First one is power distance index, that is PDI index. Then individualism versus collectivism, masculinity versus femininity, uncertainty avoidance index, that is UAI, uncertainty avoidance index, long-term versus short-term orientation, indulge versus resistance. So these are the dimensions which is because of the result of this cross-culture issues. Okay, so this is the study which is given by Hofstede, and he has conducted his research in IBM on seeing the 50 branches of the IBM. Okay, then okay, we are at the end of the session. I hope that I have done my level best in this short span of time. I have just concentrated on the main concepts of OB because these concepts are
considered to be an important concepts which you people are going to face in an organization. And I hope that I have covered your academic areas also. So with this, I'm ending up your OB session. I'm wishing you all the best, and I'm wishing you to see your students in a work.
சார் நீங்க கேரி பண்ணிக்கங்க. ஓகே ஓகே. மேடம் முடிச்சிங்களா?
முடிச்சேன் சார்.
ஓகே, வெரி குட். தேங்க் யூ.
தேங்க் யூ சார். தேங்க் யூ சார்.
சார் புவனேஸ்வர் சார் நீங்க வாங்க, லைனுக்கு வாங்க.
சார். Good afternoon. Okay, sir. Is it audible, sir? Okay. Fan and Patel.
சார்.
ஓகே சார். ஃபேன்
சார் நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க.
ஓகே சார். தேங்க் யூ. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. V. Bhuneshwaran, PG and Research Department of Commerce in Raja Sarfoji Government College, Tanjavur. I taken for you for management accounting is a core paper for you. In first objectives of the management accounting, we know that the purpose of this course is impact of basic knowledge of both financial and cost and management accounting, so that the students are able to understand the financial statement and the report to decision making process. This is the main aim. We are already knowing completed that is the type of costing. Once again we remember that type of costing: financial costing, financial accounting, cost accounting, management accounting. Type of accounting: financial accounting, cost accounting, management accounting, tax accounting, and social accounting. So we already completed in unit number 1 and 2 in financial accounting. Cost accounting, part of cost accounting, that is introduction part of you, we already completed in yesterday. Now we going to discuss about this part of cost accounting and management accounting also. As per our syllabus in cost accounting process, record for this the meaning of cost accounting. Cost accounting is an accounting procedure for to know about the cost of the production by assessing the variable cost of such steps of production as well as fixed costs such as less expenses. Cost accounting is nothing but is a practice of record examining, summarizing and understanding the cost items of the transactions of your business, that is production side or service side also. And also we discussed about in yesterday on the importance of cost accounting, purposes of cost accounting, elements of cost accounting also. And also I classified the cost. Okay. Then cost sheet also we already discussed is a statement which shows that the various component of total cost of product and shows the various data for comparison for fixation of price. This is a format for cost accounting. Cost test, tender cost sheet also we already discussed. So today concerns we go to discuss about the overheads. First we go to know about the what is overheads. Overheads is as per the CIMA defined overhead costs as the total cost of indirect material indirect labors, and indirect expenses. In short, it is the cost of material, labor, and expenses that can be economically identified with the specific saleable cost unit. It means that total indirect cost is simply called as overheads. Overheads, once again, as definition given by CIMA defines overheads cost as the total cost of indirect material, indirect labor, and indirect expenses. In short, it is the cost of material, labor, and expenses that can be economically identified with a specific saleable cost unit. So overhead is nothing but we already know about it. We are classifying the two different classification of cost. That is in this point of view, according to identifiable cost center base or production base. According to cost center base, the cost is classified into first one is the direct cost and indirect cost. Direct cost means a type of cost is to be used directly linked with the production activities. Indirect cost means is a cost is not directly linked to production or service, but it improve the quality of the production or improve the volume of the production or services. So it is called as indirect cost. Indirectly it helps to production. That is called as indirect cost. That indirect cost, total indirect cost. Indirect cost also classified into material, indirect material, nature based, indirect material, indirect labor, indirect other expenses. So indirect materials, that is indirect costs. All the indirect costs is simply called as overheads. Overheads. Now we go to see without overheads. Overhead means overheads, the total cost of indirect material, indirect labor, and indirect expenses. Previous slide. Overhead allocation, apportionment, observation. This is a syllabus for us. In cost accounting, the analysis of collection of overheads, their allocation and apportionment to different cost centers, and apportion of product or services play an important role in determination of cost as well as control purposes. The system of better distribution of overheads can only ensure greater accuracy in determination of cost of products or services. It is therefore necessary to follow the standard practices for allocation, apportionment, and the observation of overhead for preparation of cost statement. This is an introduction point of view for overheads. Overheads is nothing but total indirect cost. It means overheads means is a cost of indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses. Now we allocate the overheads. Allocation of overheads. First one, allocation of overheads. Allocation of overheads means whole item of overheads. Whole item of overhead means that the indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses. That is called as whole item of overheads are allocated to production and service department. See, the two different department is very, very important one for production side. That is one production department, another one is service department. Production department means that a department do the conversion activities into product, conversion into product. So this is a process is done in the department of production. And service department, that's a service department to give some more additional values or additional services to the department of service. So the department of service is given the services to production department for effective for improve the productivity or increase the volume of production, or improve the quality of production. Three important one: production views, productivity, increasing the production views, and increasing the production technology, and improve the production process. So for these purposes we are using service departments. So two departments are running in this case of production side. One is wholly production department, and service department in additional department is called as service department. So we meet out some more expenditure in totally. So we are going to allocate the percentage of expenditure for production department and another service department. So cost allocation is defined as the allotment of whole item of cost to cost centers or cost units. Cost centers means department cost center, production department cost center, service department cost center, or in the basis of cost unit. Example: indirect wages of production department. Indirect wages of production department A is to be allocated to department A only, because it's wholly dependent upon the production department. Similarly, wages of services. The wages of service department S is to be allocated to department S only, because the service of wages of services only utilized for the department of S. So this is one of the suitable example for to know about the allocation of cost. Allocation of cost is nothing but allocation of overhead means whole item of overheads are allocated to production and service department. Cost allocation is defined as the allotment of whole item of cost to cost center. Allotment of whole item of cost to cost center or cost unit. This is allocation of overheads. That is allocation of cost. Overhead allocation. Overhead allocation is a construction, is a way to share cost across multiple jobs so that each project is paying its fair share of your indirect expenses. It means that indirect expenses is shared to all the multiple departments, the multiple centers or units, multiple jobs. That is called as overhead allocation. Allocation of overheads. So as per this accounting process, the following are the steps on overheads accounting. Steps on overhead accounting. The various steps in on overhead accountings are collection of overhead details, distribution of overheads to cost centers, and reapportionment of service department cost to production departments. See that there are the various, so there are 3 important steps. So 7 steps is there, but as per our syllabus, we are going to discuss only the 3 steps. The various steps, that is 3 steps in overheads accountings are collection, distribution, reapportionment. Collection of overheads details, distribution of overheads to cost center, reapportionment of service department cost to production department. This is accounting process. Okay, see that very important one. Overhead means the total cost of indirect materials, indirect labor and indirect expenses. These overheads are allocated to production department and service department, and also reapportionment of services department to production department also. Now we are going to see about this apportionment of overheads. Apportionment of overheads, it is a process of charging the proportion of common items of cost to two or more cost centers some equitable basis. apportionment of overheads. It is a process of charging. It is a process of charging the proportion of common items of cost to two or more cost centers on some equitable basis. It is called as apportionment of overheads. Principles for apportionment of overheads is actual benefits, potential benefits, ability to pay, specific criteria or service method. These are the some principles for apportionment of overheads. What is apportionment of overheads? It is a process to charging the proportion of common item of cost. Proportion of common item of cost to two or more cost center. That is called as apportionment of overheads. There are so many, that is 4 important principles for apportionment of overheads, and that is actual benefit. What is your actual benefits? If it is benefits received by only the production department, so we charge only the production department. If it is the benefits or the benefits are received from received by production department and service department, at the time actually actual benefit is received by production as well as the service department. So we allocate the cost, that is overheads, to production department as well as service department also. That is called as actual benefits. Potential benefits is means specific benefits. Specifically we mentioned that the overheads is only for the service department. We identified that, easily identified for that. Then ability to pay. What ability to pay? In the mean that for paying the rent, for our factory and office. Okay, that's also classified apportionment on the basis of area occupied by the factory and the area occupied by the service department. Another one is survey method. It's also a method used for the collection of material at the time of overheads to be done. This is some principles we are now also we are using for overheads also. This is now see this slide, basis for apportionment. That is common item of production overheads are listed out in the side. Another side, basis of apportionment is there. Factory rent, rates and taxes. Factory rent, we are paying the rent for using that place for production view. So this case for we are paying the factory rent. The factory rent is to be paid or classified or apportionment on the basis of lower, that is area occupied. That means that if it is service department occupied 25%, production department occupied 75%. So the factory rent of rupees 1000 to be distributed to production department 750 and service department 250. This is the area occupied based upon area occupied. That the insurance of factory building. Factory building also we are paying insurance for factory building. So in this case we are apportionment of our overheads on the basis of area occupied by the Department of Production and Department of Services. If it is 50%, so 1000 rupees total overhead. So total overhead 50% means production department 50% and service department 50%. So the 1000 rupees will be apportionment to 500 rupees for production department, another 500 rupees for service department. So insurance for plant and machinery. That is plant and machinery, depreciation of plant and machinery. So the insurance or depreciation of plant and machinery is to be apportionment on the basis of capital cost of plant and machinery. Cost of plant and machinery. It means that what cost base the Department of Production is used and what cost of production is to be used by the service department. Insurance of stock. Also apportionment on insured value of stock. Supervising canteen staff welfare expenses. These are the expenses are apportionment on the basis of number of workers worked in the Department of Production and Department of Service. So 750 workers worked in production department. Another 250 members, that is workers, are worked in the Department of Service department. So the 1,000 rupees total expenses for supervising is 1,000 rupees. So the 1,000 rupees to be apportionment to 750. Number of workers is 750. So 750, 75% to production department, another 25% to service department. The compensation to workers, PF contribution, Provident Fund contribution. These are the production overheads is to be allocated, and that is apportionment to on the basis of wages base. So the wages is the basis for apportionment of compensation to workers and PF contribution. Store overheads and keeping expenses. These are the value of direct and indirect material. Value of direct and indirect material is also charged. Material handling charges. It's also weightage of direct materials. Weightage of direct material. Lighting and heating. Lighting and heating. Number of light points or floor occupied, area occupied in this department of production and services. So it's some example for basis of apportionment. Now, allocation, apportionment and observation, overhead observation. Overhead observation is a process whereby overhead costs allocated and apportionated to production cost center are added to unit, that is job or wage cost. Overhead observation is something known as overhead recovery. Overhead recovery. Second point, we remember once again. Overhead observation is sometimes is known as overhead recovery. You recovered the overhead from production side and service side. Therefore, having the allocated and are apportionated all overheads, the next stage is to add them to or absorb them into cost units. So overheads are usually added to cost unit using a predetermined overhead observation rate, which is calculated using figures from the budget. Already we prepared the budget. The budget is identified. Budget given some information to us to the observation rates also. So the overhead observation means the total overheads are observed to production department, another part to observation to service department. So observation is a process of recovering overheads to cost of product is called observation. The process of recovering overheads to cost of product is called observation. In other words, all the overheads allocated, apportionated to a department are finally absorbed by the unit produced. So, the observation of overhead can be made based on some suitable basis. The following are some widely used method for observation on the basis of production units. First one. Second one, as a percentage of direct labor cost. Third one, as a percentage of direct material cost. Fourth one, as a percentage of prime cost. And next one, on the basis of direct labor cost, hours, that is labor hour rate. And finally, on the basis of machine hour rate. This is some basic values, basic concept for observation of our cost. Once again, we remember that in cost accounting side, we, as per our syllabus, cost sheet is a statement showing total cost of production. That is called as cost sheet. It's also your examination point of view, preparation of cost sheet is one of the important question for you, and examination point of view for exercise B. That is some problem side, cost sheet or overhead observation. These are the some important points in cost accounting. Now we are moving to next heads, next view. We already see type of accounting, financial accounting is completed. We are preparing financial accounting, journal, ledger, trial balance, and final account. This is financial accounting side. Okay. Then cost accounting side, as per our syllabus, cost sheet, tender cost, and overheads apportion. These are the three important topic in cost accounting. This is our we discuss about as per our syllabus. Now we are easily move to next one, management accounting. Management accounting is nothing but is accounting process or accounting principles or accounting method used for managerial purpose. Some accounting principles also used for our planning. That is 14. All the 14 principles of enterprise principles also used by the managerial costing. That is decision making costing is another name. So management accounting. Management accounting used for planning, organizing, staffing, directing, controlling, motivating, or every point of view of managerial principles or concepts, we are using the accounting data. So we are maximum managerial decision making activities or controlling activities is based upon the management accounting. Management accounting is nothing but accounting principles or concept used for managerial purpose. Accounting concept used for cost purpose is called as cost accounting. Accounting principles or concept used for managerial principle, that is managerial decision making or controlling process side, we are using some accounting concept. So this is called as management accounting. As per our syllabus, in management accounting, 2 units, 4th unit and 5th unit is there. On 4th unit, marginal costing techniques, and 5th unit discuss about the budgets. So two important financial side, 2 important cost side, 2 important concept in management side also, as per our syllabus is we have discussed. One in financial side we discussed journal and ledger, trial balance, final account preparation, subsidiary accounts also. But in cost accounting base, cost sheet preparation, tender preparation, and overhead allocation. This is a costing side, cost accounting side. Now we are move to management accounting side. Management accounting is nothing but accounting principles are used for managerial activities. So the managerial costing is one of the important costing techniques. It's also part of cost accounting also come under. But maximum managerial costing is used for managerial purpose. So this concept we are included in the management accounting. Management accounting is nothing but accounting principles used for managerial activities. Okay, because as a MBA pursuer, you must be know about the management accounting concepts. Management accounting is mostly used for managerial decision making process and also controlling process. Okay, so as per our syllabus, we discuss about this management accounting. So 2 important topics. One is marginal costing, another one is budget. Also, we are going to discuss. One is marginal costing. Marginal costing, that is marginal costing is a techniques. See the PPD. Marginal costing is a techniques of costing fully oriented towards managerial decision making and control. See, marginal costing is a technique. Is a techniques. It means that marginal costing having some assumption. Marginal costing also having some more system. Marginal costing also having some more process, that is steps. So we easily call this is a techniques. Marginal costing is a techniques of costing. Techniques of costing. Fully oriented towards fully used for managerial decision making and control process. Okay. So as per these lines, we understood managerial costing is very, very important matter in that is managerial personalities. So managerial costing being a technique can be used in conjunction with any method of cost ascertainment. It can be used in combination with other techniques such as budgeting and standard costing. From this point of view, we got to understood that marginal costing is a technique. Yes, it's a technique. It's used to the preparation of budgeting side as well as the standard costing side also. So it's a combination of some techniques. So marginal costing is a technique used for managerial decision making process. Another side, marginal costing is helpful in determining the profitability of products, departments, process and cost center. This is a very, very important point. Marginal costing is helpful in determining the profitability of products. See, what is profitability? The earning capability, the increasing the value of profits. That is called the profitability. The profitability of product, profitability of department, profitability of process, profitability of cost centers. These are the determinant point. We have taken the process for this view with the help of marginal costing techniques. So marginal costing is a help to determine the profitability of product, department, process and cost center. So marginal costing is a techniques used used for managerial decision making. Now I introduce you on marginal costing. Marginal costing is alternative to observation costing. In olden days, we are using observation costing. We observe something from the transaction. So we usually understand it is this one, this is this one. This is observation. So in olden days, we are using the observation costing. Observe the view of cost. Observe the ability of the cost. Observe the presentation or place of cost to be done. That is called as observation costing. But we are using marginal costing as a technique. It having some more assumption. It having some more techniques. It having some more system. So marginal costing is a system to increasing the productivity and profitability of the center. Center means cost center or units or place or organization. So in marginal costing, in second point, in marginal costing, only variable costs are charged. We already know about it. In nature, we are classified the cost into two. One is direct cost, another one is variable cost. One thing I remember to you, as per the classification of nature, three different costs is there. One is direct, that is a fixed cost. Second one is semi-variable cost. Third one is variable cost. So fixed cost means a cost is fixed, does not changes in the proportion of changes of production or service. The cost not changed. This is called as fixed cost. Semi-variable cost, it means the part of cost is changed, another part of cost is does not change. So it is called a semi-variable cost. Third one is variable cost. Variable cost means it's varied. It is varied on the basis of production is increased, automatically variable cost is increased. So it is varied, it is variable cost. So this is example, variable cost example, material you consumed. Fixed cost example, rent paid for factory. Okay. Semi-variable cost means depreciation, something about it. So in marginal costing is marginal costing view, we are taken only variable cost. That is second point, very, very important one. So the variable cost is another name called as marginal cost. So in marginal costing, only variable costs are charged as a cost of sales and a contribution is calculated. The closing inventories of work in progress or finished goods are valued at a marginal production cost. Marginal production cost. Closing inventories. Closing inventories of work in progress or finished goods are valued at marginal production cost. So fixed costs are treated as a period cost. And our period cost, one more example I also identified, factory rent. Factory rent is a period cost because we are paying the factory rent once in a month or once in a year. So once in a month we are paying, that is called as period cost. So fixed costs are treated as a period cost and are charged in full to profit and loss account of the accounting period in which they are incurred. In profit and loss account side, that is financial accounting side, we have taken fixed cost as well as variable cost. But in marginal costing techniques, we are using variable cost. Okay, we are not at all taken for the part of the fixed cost or anything in this case. So this is introduction point of view for marginal costing. Marginal costing is an alternative to observation costing. Olden days we are using observation costing. Today we are using marginal costing. In marginal costing, only variable costs are charged. Only variable costs are charged as a cost of sales and contribution is calculated. Contribution is nothing but sales minus variable cost. Sales minus variable cost. The over of expense, over of sales on variable cost. So we easily understood that in marginal costing techniques, we are using only variable cost. Only variable cost. This is a point I share with you. Then next one. What are the characteristics of marginal costing? Characteristics of marginal costing. There are so many characteristics there, but I taken for you for the purpose of discussion about to you only four. Only four. That is first point in top. Classification into fixed cost and variable cost. First you go to classify the cost in nature view. On the basis of nature view, the cost is classified into fixed cost and variable cost. One thing you remember that I discussed with you, three classification is there. One is fixed cost, semi-variable cost and variable cost. But in marginal costing techniques, we are 100% using variable cost. But we are discussed about fixed cost. But we are wholly avoid the semi-variable cost. This is assumption. So the classification is now into characteristics of costing. Most characteristics is the classification of cost into two only, not three. Not three means fixed cost, semi-variable, variable cost. Only two means fixed cost and variable cost. In marginal costing, we are using only two. One is fixed cost, another one is variable cost. Fixed cost does not change, variable cost is changeable one. And third one is assumption. There is no opening stock, no closing stock. It means production is equal to sales. Production is equal to sales. If it is your 100 units produced, we are selling, we are sold 100 units. So valuation of stock in the mean that there is no opening or closing stocks. Okay. Third one, determination of price. Determination of price. Yes, With the help of marginal costing techniques only, we are knowing one point, that is total TC is equal to AR, total cost equal to average earning. So determination of price, that is break-even point. Total cost is equal to total revenue, TR. TC equal to TR. That is called as break-even point. Break-even point. So we know about the break-even point. Break-even point means nothing but there is no. This is a point of production or services. There is no loss. There is no profit. That's a point is simply called as no profit, no loss point is called as a break-even point. So knowing about the break-even point, after that the break-even point, we are break-even power or marginal cost, that is a margin of utility, angle of incidence. See, these are some concepts we are going to be discussed in next slide. So determination of price is one of the characters of marginal costing. For fixation of price of product or services is fixed on the basis of using marginal costing techniques also. Finally, we come to the profitability side. Profitability side also very important side in profitability. It means increasing the financial ability of the products. Financial ability, profitability, improve the ability of the profit side. So positive side of the business is to be encouraged inside. So there are 4 important characteristics of marginal costing. One is classified the cost into fixed cost and variable cost. Second one is valuation of stock on the basis of there is no there is on the basis of one assumption, there is no opening and closing stock. And determination of price, the price is determined on the basis of computation of break-even point. That is the break-even point is one of the analysis or technique in marginal costing. And finally, profitability. If it is knowing about or applying the marginal costing techniques to your product for taking the improve your profitability, at the time also you are using the marginal costing techniques. Okay. Then advantages of marginal costing. Advantages of marginal costing. Yes, with the help of marginal costing, we are preparing budget preparation. For preparation of budget, it's simply know about the receipt side, know about the payment side. So, with the help of the past event of record of accounting, we are using the marginal costing techniques also for that purpose of preparation of budgeting. So next one is product pricing outcomes. It means that for fixation of pricing of product or services, at the time also we are using marginal costing techniques and the cost control. We already knowing about it. The main aim of cost accounting is minimization of cost. For to minimize your cost volumes, you must know about your cost centers, cost areas. That area has to be easily identified with the help of marginal costing techniques. One of the that is break-even analysis is one of the analysis used for cost control process of managerial activities. And finally, administrative decision making. So the administrator, top of the person, always looking about all the transaction in simply. So we are preparing ratio analysis, and we are using the marginal costing very simply. We present that to our CEO, that is Chief Executive Officer or Managing Director. So the four important advantages we are discussed now. For marginal cost, using the marginal cost, budgeting is very easy to fix the price, product pricing outcomes, easy to control the cost center, and easy to overcome the administrative decision making process. These are the some advantages of marginal costing techniques. Then next, we already know about the characteristics of marginal costing. That is marginal costing is used for decision making process of managerial activities. Decision making in the side of production, in the side of HR, in the side of finance, in the side of operation. Every decision making process used to be taken to purposes of costing. That is in simply using the marginal costing. So decision making is very, very important point of view of doctor. Then inventory valuation. Second one is inventory valuation. Decision making is the first character. Then inventory valuation. Inventory valuation means we already know inventory means raw material, working progress, finished goods. These are all valued on the basis of given by the marginal costing techniques. That means no opening stock, that is no closing stock. That is assumption. Third one is linkage. Linkage of cost and activity. Linkage of cost and activity. Yes, the marginal costing, with the help of the marginal costing, we link the cost and the activities. So the activity based, activity based cost is also new costing method. But it helps to us to know about the activity based. So marginal costing techniques also used for us to link the cost and the activities of the cost centers. Third one is pricing. We are fix the price of the product on the basis of knowing about the break-even point and the margin of angle of incidence, margin of safety, some of the concept used in marginal costing. With the help of this, we are going to fixing the pricing of the product or services. Then fixed and variable cost. So that we classified the marginal costing techniques. We are using, we are taken the purpose of calculation of marginal costing only variable and fixed cost. That is the character. Next one is marginal costing and profit. Marginal costing side also we are calculating some profits. It means sale, that is a statement showing marginal costing. Statement showing marginal costing. It means sales. Minus variable cost called as contribution, less fixed cost. The remaining balance is called as profit. That is marginal costing profit. So marginal costing, with the help of marginal costing also, we compute the profit of the business. So it's help to us for know about the result of the business also. There are some limitations in marginal costing. There are some limitations of marginal costing. The limitations of marginal costing is classification of cost. Yes, classification of cost. Yes, we classified the cost only two. One is fixed, another one is variable. But we already discussed classification of cost on the basis of nature is three. One is fixed, another one is semi-variable, another one is variable. But in marginal costing techniques, we are classified the cost only fixed and variables. So fixed cost is constant one, variable cost is variable one. In semi-constant and semi-varied expenses, that is costs, we does not take into purposes of calculation of marginal costing techniques. So this is a very first limitation in marginal costing. Next one is not suitable for external reporting. Yes. Internal reporting, external reporting. It means that with the help of accounting, with the help of record of accounting, we give some more accounting information to internal persons. Internal person means managing director, board of directors, accountant, and this top of the person, the administrators. That is called as internal reporting. Okay. External reporting means the accounting records we are supporting, we are presenting to external purpose. That is called as external reporting. It means sometimes the creditor is expected some data from us. The creditor is external person. So if it is you are sending any information relating to costing side, that is costing side or accounting side to creditor, that is called as external reporting. So marginal costing only for managerial purpose, only for internal reporting purpose. So marginal costing does not taken for the purpose of external reporting. So marginal costing is not suitable for external reporting. So this is a limitation, second limitation of marginal costing. First limitation is classification of cost. Yes, we classify the cost only two. One is fixed, another one is variable. That is classification of cost. And second one, not suitable for external reporting. Yes, the marginal costing techniques is not used for external purpose. We are preparing or applying the marginal costing techniques for internal purpose only. That is managerial purpose only. Third one, lack of long-term perspectives. Yes, marginal costing is a short-term one. It's not taken to purposes of long-term one. Because in pricing of the product, two important sides we have discussed, we have taken the process of marginal costing. One is cost side. Today the cost is increased, but the selling prices does not change. So this is one of the lack of point for long-term perspective of marginal costing. And the fourth one, undervaluation of stock. Yes, undervaluation of stock. Stock is undervalued. Yes. But as per the accounting standard committee, stock is to be valued on actual price or market price, whichever is less. But in the case of marginal costing side, we are not using any accounting standards. Accounting standard committees not recommended any values or any standard for marginal costing technique, because we are using the stock valuation is undervaluation. It means that our assumption is there is no opening stock, there is no closing stock. So the undervaluation of stock means the mark in this case there is no opening and closing stock. Fifth one is automation. It means lack of advancement. Marginal costing techniques is a old techniques today also. Yes, is automation. Today also we are using the same methods. We cannot using any improvement values in the cost accounting. So in the automation, lack of advancement is one of the important limitation of marginal costing. Production aspect is ignored. Yes, is it? Yes, production aspect is ignored. As production point of view, process, we are having so many process. That means that stock only we are taken. Raw material and working product, these are the points we are not at all taken to purposes of calculation of marginal costing techniques. So production aspect is ignored. And seventh one is not applicable in all type of business. Yes, it is not applicable in all type of business. It is used for perishable goods. perishable term, short-term business. So it's not suitable for long-term base. Okay, so not applicable in all type of business. And then misleading pictures in assumption side. Yes, in assumption, the cost is classified direct and indirect. That is fixed and the variable cost. So this assumption is misleading because we are missing one semi-variable cost. Then the stock is, there is no opening stock, there is no closing stock. This is assumption. It's a misleading. Yes, today we are producing 100 units, all the goods are to be sold, must be sold. That is assumption in margin costing. So it is not suitable for present business also. So these are the some limitations of limitations for applying the marginal costing. Then as per our syllabus, one important line should be added in the syllabus, that is differences between the marginal costing and observation costing. Observation costing and marginal costing differences. Now we are going to discuss about the differences between the marginal costing and observation costing on 4 different differences we are going to discuss. First one, cost is based on the functions. Cost is to be classified on the basis of function, production or non-production. That is the classification in observation costing. In observation costing, cost is to be classified, split into based upon the functions, production function, non-production function. In marginal costing techniques, cost to be classified on the basis of behavior base. In the mean that fixed and variable cost only we are taken to purposes of cost accounting techniques. So behavior base, the cost is classified on the basis of behavior of cost, that is fixed and variable cost only taken for the purpose of margin costing. In observation costing, cost is classified on functional basis, that is production function and the non-production function. Okay, then we go to see the another difference, inventory side, that is stock side. Inventory is valued at the full production cost, fixed and variable. Inventory in observation costing side, inventory is valued at the full production cost, that is fixed and variable. In the side of marginal costing, inventory is valued at the variable production cost only. Variable cost only taken the purpose of marginal costing, but observation costing, fixed and variable cost is taken for the purpose of calculation of observation. And next one, observation costing, gross profit is to be calculated sales minus cost of sales. But in marginal costing techniques, we are using one equation, sales minus variable cost equal to contribution. Contribution is nothing but the excess of sales and variable cost. Simply we got to understand gross profit. Okay, gross profit before reduction of fixed cost. That is the third differences. And fourth one is non-production overheads are deducted after gross profit. Non-production overheads are deducted after gross profit in case of observation. In case of observation costing, we are classified the cost and functional views, production as well as non-production. So the non-production cost overheads are deducted after gross profit. But in marginal costing side, non-production overheads are deducted before contribution. Because we are classified the cost on the basis of behavior, that is variable and fixed cost. That is a classification. Okay, these are the some basic differences between marginal costing and observation costing. Then CVP analysis, cost volume profit analysis, is a techniques used to determine the effect of changes in the organization's sales volume on its cost, revenue and profit. The red line is very, very important one. Changes. We know the changes effects of sales, volume, cost, revenue and profit. With the help of CVP, cost, volume, profit analysis, we are using that analysis for fixation of price, control the cost and profitability view. So cost volume profit analysis is a technique used to determine the effect of changes in an organization's sales volumes and on its cost, revenue and profit. Cost volume profit is explained with the help of one chart, one graph. Yes, the cost volume profit analysis, we got to understand with the help of one graph. See the slide. Okay. Two sides. That is, one is units, number of units produced, sales. Number of units sales. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 units. Okay. This is a cost which 50,000 cost, 100,000 cost, 1,20,000, 2,00,000, 250, 350, 450. This is a cost line. This is a cost side. Okay. This is a sales side. Units. We identify in units. We on sales. That is expenditure, that is cost is based in this side. Okay, this side is we are using the cost 50,000, 1 lakh, 150. This is a cost side. This is a units, that is sales. Okay, first red line. Second one is another color line. So the red line means start at the cost line. This is called as cost line. The red line, cost line. It starts after, so that is 75,000. Slightly increased. The production is increased. Automatically the cost also increased. Production is one thing, another production is equal to sales. That is assumption in marginal costing assumption. So we producing zero. We start the program of selling process into zero. We apply, that is this line. This is a line for sales. Okay. This is a line for cost. Total cost line, cost curve. This is a sales curve. So the sales curve and the cost curves are joined. Meet one point. That point is called as break-even point. Break-even point. Break-even point is nothing but there is no profit, there is no loss. There is no profit, there is no loss. It means total cost. Meet out your total cost is equal to total revenue. It means 400. In 400 units. In sales is 400. Total cost is equal to total revenue. There is no profit, there is no loss. This is a point, is very, very important point. It is CVP analysis. That is cost volume profit analysis. Cost total expenses also we discussed. Okay, this line is also volume means sales. Okay, sales, both the lines, two lines, cost line and the sales line meet out one point, that a point is to be called as break-even point. Break-even point is nothing but there is no profit, there is no loss. Okay. After break-even point, that area is simply called as profit area. What you call profit area. Before break-even point, thus the area is loss area, because expenses is very high compared to total revenue. So total revenue is equal to TR equal to TC. TC equal to TR, that line is called as break-even point. It means there is no profit, no loss. With the help of CVP analysis, we know that a point is identified, there is no profit, there is no loss for your production. It means that with the help of this chart, that a company produce 400 units, up to 400 units, up to sales into 400 units, then only the company, there is no loss. Okay. Before 400, if it is sometime 300, the company is loss, suffering loss. 200, the company is loss. The unit sold 100, the company is loss. Up to 400, the companies get it, the loss areas. But after 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, after 400 units are sold, we identified the profit is increased. Okay. So with the help of this analysis, we easily identified this point, that is break-even point. With the help of break-even point, we understood the loss area as well as the profit area. So with the help of this analysis, we easily identify the minimum level of production for getting TC, total cost. For earning the capability, if it is improve productive, that is profitability, the company must be sold, must be improve the sales or production or sales is equal as per the assumption. So after 400 only the company getting benefit, that is profit. So this is a profit area or benefit area or positive area. Okay. This line, now see the one horizontal line, that is called as fixed expenses. Okay, fixed. Our assumption is fixed cost is fixed one. There is no increasing point of view in fixed expenses. So the line is going on smooth, direct. That is horizontal. So vertical lines, two lines is there. One is total expenses lines. Another one is sales line. That is a sales line. That a total expenses and total sales line is meet out one point. That point is called as break-even point. With the help of this, that is cost volume profit analysis, we go to understand very easily. This is break-even point. We already discussed this matter. With the help of this chart, we can understood clearly. Break-even point in units sold, that is sales area. Break-even point in sales in rupees. This is a break-even point. That is the sales and cost is meet out one place. That is break-even point. This area is loss area. This area is profit area. More or less cost volume profit and break-even analysis same. Okay. Break-even point is a point to indicate that there is no profit, no loss. This is a line for revenue increased. This line is total cost. This is a variable cost center. This is fixed cost center. Okay. So with the help of break-even analysis, we got understood this point. Break-even point is nothing but there is no profit, no loss. With the help of this chart also we go to understood very easily. 1, 2, 3 important points I added in this chart. Already discussed the cost is going on, the sales is going up. So this is a total revenue, this is a profit line, this is a loss area, this is margin of safety. Margin of safety, it means up to this level we definitely get profit. Above the margin of safety, definitely the company getting benefits, that is profits, getting positive result. That is a margin of safety. Margin of safety. The angle of incidence, this is a point. We must be that in degrees level. Which degree is a more benefitable one for improve the profitability side. We discuss the angle of incidence. Next point. This is some of the important formula for marginal costing techniques. We are having only limited time, so I go for fast. Contribution is equal to sales minus variable cost, S minus V. So first we go to calculate the contribution. In N, in the means that number of units sold, F total fixed cost. For any business, break-even point is numbers in units wise. Formula is fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Okay. Break-even point in rupees, the formula is fixed cost divided by PV ratio, profit volume ratio. PV ratio formula is variable cost divided by sales into 100. Variable cost divided by sales into 100. That is called as PV ratio. Break-even point in capability. Break-even point units into 100, annual planned capability. A margin of safety, total sales minus break-even sales. That is means actual sales minus break-even sales. Percentage of margin of safety, total sales minus break-even sales divided by total sales. Profit, calculation of profit, margin of safety into PV ratio. Sales to unit profit. That is decided profit. Decided profit is equal to fixed by decided profit divided by PV ratio. This is one sum. We calculate PV ratio. Sales 3 lakhs, variable cost 2 lakhs for 25,000, fixed cost 25,500. The PV ratio formula is sales minus variable cost divided by, that is sales minus variable, that is contribution. Contribution divided by sales into 100. Sales minus variable cost divided by sales into 100. Okay. Sales is 3 lakhs, variable cost is 2 lakhs 25,000 divided by 3 lakhs, that is sales into 100. 75,000 divided by 3 lakhs into 100 is equal to 25%. Is a profit PV ratio. For break-even point of view purpose, fixed cost divided by PV ratio, that is 25,000 divided by 25 into 100. That is answer for break-even point. Okay. I expected one sum from marginal costing also. And then it's the last point of view and last unit, budget. Budgetary control. A budget is an estimation of plan expressed in quantitative terms that outline the consequences of the acquisition or uses of an organization resources. Budget is an estimation of plan. Estimate or plan. Estimate or plan for expressed in quantitative terms. Okay. The process of preparation of budget is called as budget. Okay. 3 important points. Budget is an estimate. Budgeting is the process of budget. Budgetary control, exercise a control in terms of organization with the help of budget is known as budgetary control. Okay, then. Budget is accounting plan. It is a formal plan. It consists with the statement is executed the income and expenditures. It is a quantitative plan. Budgeting is a management devices used for short-term planning and controlling. Objectives of budgeting is ensure the objectives, achievement of the organizational objectives, help in planning, coordinate the activities, provide a system of control, authorization and delegating the authorities, evaluation of performance, communicating of ideas and plans, motivated employee to improve their performance. These are some objectives of budgeting. Advantages and disadvantages also I express. Budgeting is to be accurate. There are so many types of budgeting. We are now going to discuss for production budget first. Production budget is a plan or estimate of quantum of products are required for production by the organization over a period. It is based on sales forecast of the company. Also, it from basis of manpower requirement planning. Okay, this is a production budget. Production budget is a plan or estimate the quantum of product required for production. Importance of production budget is it is basic for planning for future production process. It helps to taking key managerial decisions. The production budget also having some more limitation. It is based on estimation of sales forecast. Time base is also one of the limitation. Then one is sales budget. Sales budget is a forecast of expressed units. A company expressed in units of company intend to sell over a period of time. In 6 months or 3 months or 1 year. 1 year is not so, but 3 months or 1 month basis we are going to prepare the sales budget. Sales budget is a forecast of express the unit of company intend to sell over a period of time. Okay, and the revenue to generate from it will help the evaluating the company performance. It helps the evaluating the company's performance. Steps for preparation. Determination of budget period, collection of sales data, study the current market trend, ensure the sufficient production capability, using bottom-up planning and preparation, result for comparison. These are the some preparation steps. Then we go to see the cash budget. It is very important one, cash budget. Cash budget is represent the expected future cash flows of organization. Cash flows means inflows and outflows. We know that in all the business, cash management is very, very important one. For cash management, cash budget is very, very important one, because money making, the business is money making activities. So the cash is to be flowing one. Sometimes it comes in, sometimes it goes out. So in future cash flows, we expected the future cash inflows and cash outflows. So cash budget means represent expected future cash flows of organization over a defined period. More or less 1 month. In 1 month, 1 month base cash budgets are prepared. Cash budgets represent the expected future cash flows of organization over a defined period. Cash flow include expected cash receipts, cash payments, and the resulting cash balances at the end of the period. Note that cash budget include only the transaction where actual cash will come in or go out. It means inflow and outflow. So it will be not into the credit sales. It will be not included in credit sales. That is a limitation of cash budget. Expected cash inflow, expected cash outflow equal to expected cash balance. That is a simple way we could understand. The importance of cash budget is help the proper planning, help in taking the decision, helping building our brand values. This is the last one. Flexible budget. Yes. In financial plan of estimated cost and revenue, meaning flexible budget is a financial plan of estimated cost and revenue for different level of outputs, 50%, 75%, 80%, 90%. It sets as the standard of to measure the variances of budget, estimated and actual performance of the company. It consists of the following parts. One is fixed cost, another one is semi-variable cost, variable cost, variable part of semi-variable cost. Importance of flexible budget is helped in analyzing cost variances, help in recognition of operating inefficiency, helps in project acquisition, helps in assessing management performance, helps in better profit planning. So, with the help of flexible budget, we are analyzing the cost variances and recognizing the operating efficiency or inefficiencies, help in project acquisition, assessing management performance, better profit planning. These are some importance of flexible budgeting. For a preparation of flexible budgeting, two methods is there, tabular method and formula method. In tabular method, in this method, the table is prepared where various estimates are row heading and level of activities are column headings. That is called as tabular method. Formula method, one formula is that flexible budget is equal to fixed cost flex actual units of activity into variable cost per unit of activity. That is a formula for flexible budget preparation in formula method. In graphical method also we are preparing the graphic, that is a flexible budget. See the graph line, x-axis and y-axis. This is a flexible budget. Once again, remember for you for the budget side, because we are going on fastly. In budget is accounting plan for in future. These are the objectives of budgeting. Advantages, disadvantages also having a budget. As per our syllabus, production budget is a plan or estimate for quantum of product. In cash budget, sales budget. Sales budget is a forecast of expressed unit of company in the terms to sales over a period of time. Case budget. Case budgets represent the expected future cash flow of organization over a defined period. And finally, flexible budget. Flexible budget is a flexible one. Is a financial plan for estimated cost and revenue for different level of output. These are some points we discuss in this case. Once again, remember for you. That is important points. We are having only 10 numbers. Management accounting is a very important core paper for MBA people. This time 10 minutes is very important one for you for your examination purpose. I share some more idea for you for examination preparation. Management accounting having 5 units. In last 2 units management accounting, another 2 units cost accounting, another 1 unit is financial accounting. In financial accounting side, important question, advantages, that is types of accounting, and differences between the managerial accounting and the financial accounting. Role of management accountant. As a MBA people, we must be know about management accountant role. This is one important question. Business planning and taxation, production planning, risk management, resource management, MIS, supply chain management. This is a concept. Unit 1 question. Accounting concept. Golden rule is a very, very important one. For preparation of anything, you must be know about golden rule. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. Debit all expenses and losses. Credit income and gain. This is a golden rule. Journal entry. For exercise point of view, problem point of view, journal entry, trial balance, subsidiaries. This final account. These are the 4 important financial accounting side. Okay. I expected the final account. Okay, the final account. Format for final account. Okay, this is a final account format. Okay, this is I source only the balance sheet, but you, as per your examination purpose, you must be prepared, you must be exercised, you must illustrate on final account is very important one for your examination purpose. Sometime the question paper, question point of view, our examiners also ask in final account. See, then cost accounting side. In cost accounting side, using cost record for preparing cost record with the help of accounting, classification of accounting, classification of cost is very important one. Preparation of cost sheet, that is a sum paper. Preparation of cost sheet. Preparation of cost sheet is expected one. In this today classes, we discuss overheads. Okay, the apportionment of overheads is very important. Factory rent, area occupied, depreciation of plant and machinery, cost of plant, insurance of stock, insured value of stock, supervision, number of works. And marginal costing. Yes, marginal costing. I expected one sum in some point of view. This one. This is a formula, important formula. Contribution is equal to sales minus variable cost. Break-even point in units, in numbers units, fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. You exercise. This is some point of view. Okay, sales is 3 lakhs, variable cost is 2,25,000, fixed cost is 22,500. So calculate the PV ratio. The PV ratio formula is sales minus variable cost divided by S into 100. That is C divided by S, contribution divided by sales into 100. That is formula. 3 lakhs minus 2,25,000 is variable cost, 3 lakhs is sales, 3 lakhs minus 2,25,000 divided by 3 lakhs into 100. In for purpose of ratio, that is 100 into 100. That is percentage base. 25% is a profit volume ratio. Break-even points also we calculated. Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. 22,500 divided by 25 into 100. That is 4 into 4. Okay. Then budget. In budget preparation, budget objectives of budgeting, advantages and disadvantages of budgeting. The advantages of budget preparation is process should be more accurate, more costly and time consuming. Yes, budget preparation is a cost basically very high. Time is also taken for the preparation of budget is also very high. Much better information upon which appraise the performance of it. So we better to appraise. We better to appraise the performance of management very easy if it is you are having budget. But disadvantage side, on increasing in budgeting work by lead to less control of the actual result. Okay. We are focused only budget, not at all taken to any other additional point. That is a limitation. This line is understood. Third one, the budget will be much more relevant by the end of the traditional budgeting period. In traditional budgeting period, the relevant is very important one, relevant one. But there is a danger that the budget may become lost budget plus or minus events. Some companies does not preparing flexible budget. so that a company is fixed, not at all plus anything, not at all minus anything. This is one of the disadvantages. Then this one, it forces management to take the budgeting process more seriously. More seriously. Yes, seriously we follow the budget for getting, we fix enough your values. But in disadvantage side, the budget may be demotivating because the target are changing regularly. Target are changing regularly. Yes, today concerns the price is that is cost is increased, total expenditure is increased. So today in pandemic period or raining season, these are the some natural calamities there. So this situation budget not suitable for. So changing regularly, the target are changing regularly based upon the situation. So situation is not at all taken for the purpose of budgeting. So these are the some disadvantages: production budget, sales budget, cash budget. Cash budget, I expected one sum for from 5th unit cash budget. So this is points I remember for you for in the case of management accounting. Okay, so hello sir. Okay, this is time for me for giving this words of thanks to all, especially our professor. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir.